Okay, everyone, we are live.
Great. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's the Board of Education meeting for November 16, 2020. We have a quorum. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Thanks for supplying the flag, Bill.
That's my honor.
Yeah. Actually, we have a very long agenda this evening, but we need to add one item to the agenda to start with, which is the election of board leadership. It happens every November after the November election. What I need first is a motion to add it as an agenda item, and then I'll pass it over to Bill for election of the chair position. Can I have a motion to add the agenda item to elect board leadership?
Western Board of Education moves to add an agenda item as the next point of matter in this meeting for the election of board officers.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Ruby. All in favor?
Hi, Ruby. Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Bill, over to you.
Yes, so it's my honor as superintendent to each year be the neutral party guiding the board through this important step. So I'd like to open the floor now for nominations for chair of the Weston Board of Education. The floor is now open for nominations for the chair of the Weston Board of Education.
I'd like to nominate Tony Pesco.
Second on the nomination.
Second.
Additional nominations? I think it's appropriate. Any comments or discussion before continuing here?
Only just to say that I feel exceptionally confident under your leadership during this incredibly tough year, Tony, and look forward to learning from you and supporting you in any way we can in the coming year.
Any additional comments? The floor is still open for comments.
I would just like to add that I think that Tony in his first year as chair has done a stellar job, not only guiding this entire team through a challenging budget process, but also guiding this entire district through a global pandemic. So thank you for all of the countless hours that you have dedicated to this district, Tony.
I'd just like to say that in addition to the amount of time and effort, just the balanced point of view and measured calmness upon which confronting all the decisions we have to make, it is incredibly great to have. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add, Tony, I mean, we work so closely together, and I can't say enough to anybody listening that this town is incredibly lucky to have Tony Pesco as chair of the Board of Education.
You're making me blush. Yeah.
Additional comments?
Should I move to a motion now, or should we wait for all three motions at the same time?
We'll go one by one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I move that the Western Board of Education elect Tony Pesco as board chairperson.
All those in favor?
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Ruby.
I'm Melissa.
Hi, Gina. Hi, Hillary.
Hi, Victor.
Would appear that all are in favor. Anybody opposed? So the motion carries. Tony Pesco is now appointed, shall I say reappointed, as chair of the Weston Board of Education. And Tony, I'm quite pleased to hand back over to you the gavel.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your support. I'm really happy to do it. It's, you know, it's been a challenging year, but in many ways, one where I am so fortunate to have this board to work with. And it's made the job a lot easier, actually. So at this point, we need to appoint the vice chair. I'd like to nominate Melissa Walker as vice chair. It's as much as, I may be the one that's visible and on the board. I can't tell you the amount of hours I spent with Melissa on the phone. If you talk about balance, I think she's the one who's provided me with a lot of the balance many times. And so I'm really fortunate to have Melissa as vice chair and hopefully continue as vice chair as well. So I'd like to nominate Melissa. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, comments before? Okay. All in favor?
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Ruby.
Hi, Gina. Hi, Hillary.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, Melissa.
Thank you. Look forward to it, Tony.
For all your great work, Melissa. Amazing work.
Now, secretary, can I have nominations for secretary?
Sure. I'd like to nominate Ruby Hedge for secretary.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Well, can we make a comment first?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Comments, right.
No, I just want to say, I mean, everybody who listens to our board meetings knows how passionate and intelligent and prepared Ruby is for every meeting, and how much she cares deeply for the students and the staff in the Weston schools. So we would love to have Ruby on as secretary. I think the town is greatly served.
Yeah.
And I'd like to go back and make a comment about our newly reappointed vice chair, because we didn't have comments for her. And not that this is just a brag session, but we really are gifted. We are blessed to have an executive leadership on the board who really are skilled, equipped, empathetic listeners. And Melissa brings a legal background that has been really important to our work and a clear perspective. And I really appreciate you being willing to do this work. We all feel safe in your hands.
Oh, thank you, Taffy.
And agree with your comments about Ruby.
I love the love fest going on here. I don't think if you were to watch any other board in any other district, it would echo the same sentiments. But in all honesty, I do talk about just the team that's in place right now in the Board of Education. I think everyone brings a tremendous amount of expertise to the board. I think we all have different perspectives, but what I love is that we all just express those viewpoints and those opinions, and we all respect each other for those viewpoints and opinions. And I think it just works very well together. So thank you guys for making it an awesome year.
Any other comments?
I'll just echo what everyone else said. I feel like we're in very good hands at a very challenging time. So I'm very grateful for all the work that you have put into this district, and your contribution is noticed by the entire community. So thank you all, truly thank you all.
Okay, with that, all in favor?
Hi, Chappie.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Gina.
Bye, Hillary.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Ruby.
Aye, Tony. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, Ruby. All right, so with that, we'll move to next agenda item, which is the recognition. Bill?
Well, very pleased at each point in this year to recognize the Teacher of the Year that's been put forward for the state. This year, as you all know, and she's here on the Zoom with us, is Sharon Rodko. I think I'm going to let Ken in a few minutes say a few words, but I can't resist. Sorry, Sharon. She put together opening remarks at the convocation that I've been holding off sharing, actually, Sharon. I'm wanting to send them out at a time that really gives everyone a boost. And I think we're right about that time. This is a very challenging time for all of the teachers. And Sharon, from the heart, gave remarks at the convocation via Zoom that I could tell, even across Zoom, brought the house down because she spoke with great expertise and experience and caring as someone who's been working in this district for a long time, always doing her best for the students, yes, first, but also for each of her peers. And to be a little personal, one of the things I've enjoyed is doing guest reading K through 5 for my 5 years here. This year, it'll be a little bit different. But Sharon was always one to give me advice on the correct book and how to make sure that book aligned with what the teachers were doing so that I was actually useful in the classroom. So Sharon, I'm sorry to be personal in that, but I just think it's a good little story on you watch out for everybody to make sure they're doing the right thing for students. So putting you forth to the state is something we were very honored to do. Ken, you might want to add to it a bit before we do our formal recognition of Sharon Rodko as the Weston Public School 2021 Teacher of the Year. So Ken, please.
Hi, everyone, and it's great to speak on behalf of Sharon this evening. I had the opportunity to do so in front of the faculty in the convocation that we did through a Zoom call. Sharon's going to be recognized at the state level. Normally, there's a wonderful event at the Bushnell in Hartford. That has been postponed. Hopefully, that will happen in the spring. But just wanted to add, my years in Weston, I've had the pleasure of working with Sharon and seeing under her leadership, just how the learning commons at the Hurlbut has greatly expanded to include a makerspace. That was something she really worked hard on. She's also one of the real drivers behind the One School, One Book initiative, which has really become an important event at Hurlbut. And this year, I think it really is fitting that we have a library media specialist as our 2021 Teacher of the Year. We have really relied heavily on the support of a library media specialist with Teaching the Teacher Toolkit, which Sharon this past summer has spent a lot of time, ramping up to train teachers over the summer and through the school year, and with things like Seesaw, which is our learning management system at Hurlbut, which has been new. And she really has been there for teachers, not just this year, but all the way through, but did want to highlight that. And, Sharon is just the consummate professional who is always learning, always willing to pitch in. And I'm just so pleased that she is on our team here in Weston. So with that,
Yeah.
Sharon, sorry we can't do this in person, but thank you so much for everything that you do.
Great. Can we have a motion?
Move that the Weston Board of Education recognize Sharon Rodko, Weston 2021 Teacher of the Year, for her outstanding service to the students of Weston.
Second?
Second, happily.
Any comments before we go to a vote?
Well, just a special congratulations to Sharon. I think anyone whose kids have gone through the library at Hurlbut, as mine have, know what a tremendous resource she is to the schools and all the wonderful things that she's done. This is an honor that is well deserved.
Sharon, I think you should tell everyone in your family to watch this YouTube video, but not the whole thing, just this section.
Agreed. And Melissa, I do want to say it meant so much that you were the person who made the motion. Thank you very much. It is very humbling given all the amazing teachers that we have in Weston and all the incredible things that they do, especially this year. So thank you so much.
All in favor?
Hi, Ruby.
Hi, Taffy.
I'm Melissa.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Hillary.
Hi,
Tony.
Victor.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Sharon, and congratulations, and thank you for all the things that you do for our kids.
Thank you.
Bill, back to you.
Yes, pleased to bring to the board recognition for yet again, great example of generosity from the PTO. As we all know, the PTO in this district is an incredibly important partner here for the students, but also the staff. The generosity to parents, as I like to say, with their time, talent, and treasure with the PTO is beyond parallel. It's really quite wonderful. Tonight, we say thank you to the high school for a set of donations. They're in the material listed. Monies for the principal's discretionary fund. This is annual help. It's critical that this money be there to help Lisa Wolak have the flexibility and creativity she needs to keep, as she likes to say, the best high school in the nation, the best high school in the nation. Also monies towards staff professional development. I can assure you that's adding in around and adding to what the district already provides for teacher professional learning. So this focused additional help is a big boost. Also, $865 for something I cannot pronounce, but it looks like something related to technology for math, science, and technology. And then lastly, money towards company and the WARF programs also at the middle school. So this gift cross-cutting both the middle school and the high school for our very important theater work. And again, thank you, PTO, for supplementing what the core district funds are able to do. So Lisa, I don't know if you want to add anything to this or not, but please, if you would like to add to it before the motion from the board.
Sure, Bill. I would just like to again echo my thanks. With regards to staff professional development, tonight you will hear about the statistical report and the AP scores, and that is a professional development that they always support when we have to send our teachers to different updates in the training at Taft and everything else. So, you know, that amongst many other things, we are truly grateful. Thank you.
With that, can I have a motion?
Move that the Weston Board of Education recognize the donations from the Weston High School PTO of $4,000 for WHS 2021 Principals Discretionary Fund, $2,000 towards WHS Staff Professional Development, $865 for the purchase of
That?
pronounce it for math, and science and text departments, and then $370 towards the purchase of program ads for WHS Company and WMS Short Wharf Productions.
At some point, it would be great to know what that was, but it sounds really great, though. Can I have a second?
Sure, second.
Comments? Well, again, I'd like to thank the PTO not only for the time they spend in supporting our students, but also for contributing to some of these valuable supplemental items that are sorely needed by the district. And each year the PTO steps up, and each year we thank them. So thanks again. All in favor?
Hi, Ruby.
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Tony. All
Hi,
opposed?
Hi, Victor.
Oh, all opposed? Yep. Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you again. Can I have a motion for the approval of minutes?
I have a correction to the minutes. Do we do that after we make the motion?
Sure. Yep.
Move that the Weston Board of Education approve the minutes from the October 19 regular meeting, October 26 executive session, October 26 special meeting, October 29 special meeting, and November 5 special meeting.
Second.
Thanks, Gina. Any comments on the minutes?
Yeah, I just had a correction. When we were talking about the board policies, item number 4, the conduct policy, it needs to be amended to say that it was updated to become more focused by design. And also in that same paragraph, the question posed was by Miss Albert, not Miss Arena.
The two Gina A's get a little difficult with email and other things.
Any other comments or corrections? Cool. All in favor?
Hi, Ruby.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Hillary.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Let's move to public comment. Do we have anything submitted by the public this evening?
Yes, we do. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Public comment from Greg Haythorne. I'm sorry, I keep losing my place. Greg and Jen Haythorne, 6 Winthrop Hill. First, a great big congratulations to Weston girls and boys soccer champions and to the Weston Athletics Department. Well done. Based on the 2020 report of district academic results posted in tonight's agenda, it is now clear that not only does Weston District have both a fiscal and health crisis, comparatively speaking, it has an educational disaster to reverse as well. We have reviewed the InfoSnap Power School 2021 enrollment narrative posted as backup documents for this evening's meeting, and we note that total district enrollment has fallen another 16 students since October 1st for a net enrollment decline versus 2020 of 18 students. This is compared to the 60+ student net gain expected by the district administration on August 11 for a swing of -80 total students, or -3.5% in only 3 months. The simplest explanation is again ignored in the long administrator narrative on the staggering overestimation of enrollment, which is this. The projected enrollment for 2021 delivered to the district by Malone and McBroom 5 months prior to the COVID pandemic was in all likelihood greatly overstated, even before the uncertainties and changes related to COVID. This would have been consistent with past inflated annual enrollment projection history. What explains the chronic exaggerated optimism regarding Weston schools enrollment, no matter the circumstances or realities? Lack of objectivity from the posted administrator analysis. The following is clear. The administrators failed to contemplate likely rates of private school transfer and homeschooling for 2021. It is unclear from the posted documents what those assumptions were as of August 11th. The senior administrators failed to consider that for Weston gross enrollment to trend ahead of plans to a measurable degree, this would have to be driven by a great number of home sales. And because the number of Weston sales is static due to a 2-acre zoning, in order for the number of students moving in to exceed projections, total students moving out would also have to exceed historical rates and expectations, both factors causing an exponentially lower net enrollment. Given this latest enrollment planning fiasco, Weston's Board of Ed's first priority must be tasking its demographers to more accurately ascertain how much pull forward in home sales Weston has experienced and will experience again prior to the start of the 2022 school year. To prevent chronic enrollment exaggeration, we repeat our recommendation to correct lack of administrator and demographer objectivity by relieving Superintendent's Office of responsibility for enrollment projections. Instead, the BOE will need to independently contract for short and long-term enrollment projections and counsel by new objective third-party providers. Our only other comment is to ask, why does the finance director only publish unanticipated cost increases and not unexpected cost savings as a result of constant COVID operating adjustments? As of today's date, it is reasonable to expect there are documentable cost savings as well as overages. Thank you and stay safe. No other comments were put forth.
Okay, June, thank you. While we usually don't comment on public comments, the subject matter of this particular public comment is going to be dealt with in some of the other agenda items. So hopefully there'll be some clarification as we go through the other agenda items today, especially the enrollment update. With that, I think over to you, Ava and Natalie.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Ava Philopoulos.
I'm Natalie Haythorne.
And we are the executive presidents for the 2020-21 school year. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for having the both of us. I know these meetings can be extensive, and I just want to say thank you for taking the time to listen to the updates on the high school and the students' perspective. So today was the first day of our new schedule. And I'm in the gold cohort, so I had my full day online today, and it went surprisingly, extremely smoothly. I don't think there was one thing that went particularly wrong. I haven't really heard any complaints from students for the first time in a really long time since the pandemic hit. So that was really a really good step forward. I also just want to say thank you to the Board of Ed for listening to the students. Natalie and I have had the position to be able to get our peers to kind of voice their opinions on how things were going with the hybrid plan and their views on the schedule that was presented to them. And a lot of people didn't particularly love it and thought that it was going to really take a toll on the students' mental health. And because of this, some other of the student government members from the junior grade, such as Jake Rutsky, he created a really great survey to send out to the public. We got to collect a lot of information, and with that information, Natalie and I created a schedule that we thought would be able to kind of satisfy a lot of the students' needs. After that, we then presented it to Ms. Wolak, and she presented it to all of you, and a schedule kind of that met everyone in the middle was made. And I speak on behalf of a lot of the student population. We say thank you for listening to us, because this year's been really difficult. It's been really hard to learn, and this certainly isn't the ideal way to kind of spend our high school years, but kind of being able to have a full day in person has been really great. And I'm really excited to go to school tomorrow. So, which is really great. So thank you for that. And also to Ms. Wolak, the amount of emails Natalie and I send, I'm surprised we have not driven her crazy. So I just want to say thank you to Ms. Wolak for also always making time to meet with us and really listen to the students' concerns. I think this year in particular has really shown a lot of the students that I've talked to that the administration does care about them, and they're not just trying to put their interests first. And it's more than just statistics, really. It's the mental health of the students that matters as well. So Natalie, if you want to continue.
Yeah, just to add on to that, like Ava said, and just to reiterate again, we're so grateful for all the work that you guys are doing for us, because we know that you really do care and are there for us throughout this whole COVID mess, but also just in general, as we've seen since we're the seniors of the high school now. So we've been working with you guys a lot all these years. The communication, I think, has been really good between Ms. Wolak and Ava and I, and as well as Zach and Knox, who are the secretary and treasurer of the executive board. But just in general, like Dr. McCursey, when we had to email you a couple weeks ago because we couldn't come to the meeting for soccer, totally understandable. And we said our notes, we said our opinions. And like Ava said, we are the voice of the students, and just having that communication be on such a clear and positive level has really allowed for a lot of positive movement in the right direction, especially in these hard times. Just a little catch up on where we've been on a student perspective. This week, going back to school after our 2-week quarantine, we are doing a spirit week, and we have started today as pajama day, and we decorated the whole outside of the high school. And to what it seems like, everyone was really happy to come to school in their pajamas, which was a fun little first day back. Tomorrow we're doing USA Day and trivia night as a Zoom event. So we're still trying to make it as normal as possible. But yeah, just again, thank you for all your hard work. We really appreciate it, and it goes a long way.
Tony, if I may, congratulations from the administration, the two of you, for quite a fine performance on the pitch, on your field. I got smiles. See, I knew I'd get them. Congratulations for a big, big victory. We're so glad you could run this far into the season. It was looking iffy if we could let it go, and I'm glad we did. And we knew you'd deliver, and you did. So congratulations on that. And I know you're matching your books with your ability with the soccer ball. So please keep both going well. Look at those smiles. You got to like it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for our student reps? I have a question. I guess you kind of addressed part of it, but how do you find it? I guess part of not being all together in school is just keeping that social connection amongst all of you. And what are some of the? I think you mentioned some of the things, but is that proven to be difficult, or are do you have to think long and hard about how to kind of continue to basically stay connected with all your fellow students, given the fact that you're just not together this year?
Personally, I'm going to say it is a little bit tricky, to say the least. I feel that how I view high school, at least, it's it's more than just learning in the classroom. There's a lot of things that you learn through social interactions as well. And a lot of the times, the days where I'm really excited to go into school are unfortunately the days that I'm not really looking forward on writing a paper or taking a test, but instead seeing the classmates that I usually don't see really outside of my friend group. Unfortunately, that kind of aspect of school has been cut off this year due to COVID, understandably so. So I would say it is a little bit more difficult, especially just because now that a lot of fall sports are coming to an end. Winter sports are really up in the air. I know people who are doing company as well. Everything's over Zoom. Again, like, of course, social media makes things somewhat easier, but it's not the same as actual interactions. Not only that, but we're in school, we're not allowed to do, obviously, a lot of the kind of bigger things like powder puff and homecoming, which is, again, a compromise that I think all the students are kind of willing and understanding to kind of compromise. But I would say that it is a little bit difficult, of course, but I would say that right now, everyone, I guess, like the whole, all of America is kind of in the same boat. So there's only so much we can do. But the administration's been really great with really kind of helping us with the whole schedule thing and making those social interactions a little bit better and easier.
Great.
Yeah, something to quickly add. Sorry, I know there's probably a time limit. Just like within student government, staying connected and really just making this year somewhat normal. Like I know, as you guys are probably aware, since we had to run it by you, the car decorating that we did is a big event for the seniors right at the beginning or end of August, early September, was just something that really brought the grade together, and we made a whole plan. I drew out so many things on Google Drawings, but it was a way that groups of friends could really just be together still. And that's what we are trying to continue here, especially with trivia tomorrow night. And then we're doing, I don't know if you guys have heard of the game Among Us, but it's a new game that all the kids are playing. And we're doing that on Wednesday night. But a major thing also is community service that we've been able to do. Just yesterday, me, Ava, and 2 other representatives from student government, like the grade groups, went to person to help with a coat drive from Mrs. Garone, who used to be one of the librarian helpers. So that's something that we've been doing to stay connected. And right now the sophomores are actually doing a animal drive, like for products that the animals need at the shelter. And there's a whole drop off outside of the school that they've been working on for the past week. So just really staying connected with our community outside of school and our school community is something that's really important. And we're really trying to move forward with and continue as long as we can.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for the update. And you're welcome to stay on or not if you have something better and maybe more fun to do than listening to us for the rest of the evening.
I know I have a Gilgamesh essay to write.
The Congress quiz is tomorrow. But I just want to say again, thank you so much for having us. And in the upcoming meetings, hopefully I won't be as busy as I am tonight and have more time to stay a little bit longer. But again, thank you so much for having us and for kind of listening to the students' perspective of things. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your night.
Good night.
Night.
All right, now we're moving to new business. Yes, first item on the new business agenda is the always anticipated, not only by the Board of Ed, but by the entire town, the annual enrollment update. Mike, you're a very popular person in this town.
You know, it's that one time a year where we actually, are popular and everybody cares about what the demographer has to say. But
yep.
You guys have had a great meeting so far. What I'm going to do is I'm going to work with Liz Esposito, who's also on this meeting, and her and I are going to tag team this presentation. We'll spend more time on some of the new information that we have and leave plenty of time at the end if there's any questions that any of the board members may have.
Just before you go, Bill, there was something, there was 2 parts to this agenda. One was the item that you had to reconcile some of the enrollment projections for this year as we went through the summer, and then we have Mike's report. I don't know how you want to do it. Do you want to do yours first, Bill, and then move to Mike? It's up to you. I don't, whatever makes sense for you.
Yeah, I mean, Mike and Jill and I coordinated Esposito and Meredith Herman, who did the heavy lifting on the document
Right.
that I did the memo. And I think it's better for you to work through with Mike Zuba and Jill Esposito. I'm sorry, Lisa Esposito, right?
Liz, it's okay.
Yeah,
I'll answer to most things.
Yeah, someday I'll explain. First, I know you're not related to the hockey players, Esposito. You and I already had that discussion. There's another Jill that I know. So there you go. Anyway, you're well connected no matter what. So I think it's better.
No, they're not yet. They're not old enough to know who the Espositos are. Only the Canadians know.
I just dated myself.
Yeah.
And,
I'm gonna have to Google this.
Only the Canadians know who the Espositos
Oh no.
are.
For those of us who grew up in
I
Chicago,
followed all their
or a
teams.
certain team whose name I'm not going to use anymore. But anyway, sorry, Dan Doak. So you go first, and then I think we can fill in at the back end. And I think Mike, they'll draw on some of what we did. But the big story, the big work, the big analytical piece, which is highly precise, is what Malone and McBroom could do. So why don't you lead, and we'll follow later.
Sounds great, everybody. Oh, host disabled participant screen sharing. Dan, are you there to let me share my screen?
1 second.
You got it.
Okie dokie, give it a shot now.
All right. I'll always check with the gatekeeper first.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Everybody should be seeing our slide deck cover. And if you're not, just give a holler and I'll click some more buttons. So what we have for tonight is we always start with our projection comparison, and that's when we really look back from where we projected last year, and in concert with what the state requires, we always base our projections every year on October 1st data. It's what we do in Weston. It's what we do really in every community that we work with across the state, and it's that day that the State Department of Education uses for their official counts as well. And with that, we'll roll through our district-wide projections as well as the by school, getting into the individual grade level detail there. And then I'll pass the baton in the back half of the projections, and Liz will talk about our enrollment drivers, some of the new information that we have, some of the new trends we're seeing. Also, we were hopeful to fill a hole on some of the demographic data with the Census 2020 fielding. Unfortunately, the pandemic has slowed that down a little bit. So Liz will talk a little bit more about that towards the back half of our presentation. So without further ado, I'd like to take a look at what we were projecting last year versus what your October 1st enrollments were this year. Pandemic aside, we performed pretty well. Overall, for the K-12 system, we had projected that there would be 2,247 students on October 1st, and that number came in at 2,249. We know we did have some luck there once we dug in a little deeper, especially with Meredith's analysis, to get a good understanding of what some of those enrollment changes look like, say, from registrations in the summer and August and September as they move forward. And I'll touch on that in a little bit. But by and large, they performed pretty well. I think looking at our model and looking at the inputs that go into the model, they performed well on the grade level changes. I think some of those individual areas where we had a little bit of a disconnect, were really pandemic driven. They were, personal decision driven, and we will delve a little bit more into kindergarten and some of the adjustments that we did make a little bit further on. So looking ahead for the next 5 years and the next 10 years, we're still projecting 3 different models. And, I was asked several times last week of, well, why do you do 3 different models? And it was something that we started doing as a company really at the Great Recession. So in 2007, 2008, 2009, we realized there were some larger forces out there that can really wreak havoc on individual school projections. So, as a firm, we made the decision to put out 3 models, explain them, and go ahead and identify which we think is the most likely. Similar to the last couple of years, we're still thinking our median projection model is lining best with some of those underlying demographic housing conditions as well as the immigration. However, we did make some slight adjustments to all three of the models for those that have studied our projection reports over the years, especially looking back to last year. We did eke up slightly all three models, and that's really driven by some updated birth data that we got, as well as the elevated housing levels in the community and some of the larger cohorts that we saw this year. So looking back through the historic enrollment, really when you pattern out enrollment in any given community, you see where there are some bumps and waves as well as some ongoing trends. I think overall where we see this year, and this is that October enrollment for 2020-21 at 2,273 students for the pre-K-12 system. So, down about 20 students from last year, but really a leveling off of that decline trend that we saw, about 5 years ago, after you had a period of flat enrollment from 2012 to 2015. I'd much rather follow your waves of enrollment through this stacked bar chart. This is a look back of almost 20 years. The blue line represents your PK2 enrollment on the bottom, which is always in a suburban community like Weston, the leading edge of your enrollment trends. That enrollment has been fairly stable overall. In orange, you can see where those bars have shrunk a little bit. That's your intermediate school enrollment, so some smaller enrollments there than what you had earlier in the decade. And then the green stacked bar is your middle school enrollment. Those have been shrinking a little bit, but had some overall stability over the last few years. And then last on top in the mustard color represents your high school enrollment. So one of the key characteristics and indices that we started including in our reports, I believe it might have been last year or the year before, it's no more than probably the last 2 years, is compiling the data from the state of Connecticut, and it lags about a year on race and ethnicity. And you could see based on the red line that's sort of trending upwards over the last few years, you're at about 20% minority composition now. So becoming increasingly diverse, especially over the last several years, where going back as far as we were able to go back with the state data, it was relatively flat overall, but up around 20% now. Taking a look at the enrollment at Hurlbut over the last few years, I think one of the things that jumps out to me is just really the relative stability in those cohorts, those grade cohorts that are within the building, averaging, 415, 417 students overall with 419 students this year. So really fairly flat enrollment at that building. Looking at WIS, we saw a slight dip this year, down about 4 students from last year. But really it's been having some pretty good stability there with just over 500 for 2 years in a row and just under 500 for the last 2 years. Looking at the middle school enrollment, we see a little bit more fluctuation over the historic enrollment there with some peaks and valleys. And we did see a notable drop off this year in the middle school enrollment. And really it was the movement or the matriculation of a larger 8th grade class from last year being replaced by a smaller incoming 6th grade class this year has led to a little bit of that drop off from where you were at around 580 students for the last few years prior to that. And then taking a look at the high school enrollment, your recent peak was back in, I believe, 2015 or so, 845 students. And then you had about 820 students for a couple of years. And then this year, as well as last year, you've averaged about 800 or so students in that building. As part of our enrollment projections, I always like to go through sort of our quick primer. We've always relied on the cohort survival methodology. It's the best way to be able to get grade level specific projections and do that out a number of years. What we talk about in a little bit further down the road, my presentation will be persistency ratios. These really are the factors that reflect the cumulative impacts that things like change in housing, change in housing movement, new residential developments, economic conditions, as well as student transfers in and out of the system all have an impact on that. And we rely on these ratios to get an understanding of the grade level progression from year to year, but also using the other information that Liz will present later, be able to understand what are those key drivers, how they may have changed, and how they will likely change going forward. As part of our projections as well, we realize that nothing is done in a vacuum. The cohort survival really is predicated on the recent past as being a good indicator of the near term or the future. And that's where we understand that we have to be able to look into some of these external factors. And about 4 years ago, for Weston, we made a break from what our traditional methodology was for K. It's been serving us very well. And that's one of those areas where we sort of break from the cohort survival in order to be able to provide better projections based on the uniqueness of your community. So looking back through our historic enrollment, I think one of the key things is when you begin tracking those recent peaks. And as we talk about the matriculation of students and the waves of students moving through, I think a good example is, say, your kindergarten class of 2006, 2007, you had a 210 student class back then. That led to a 213 student graduating class about 3 years ago. As we could see, that's getting backfilled in now. Your most recent kindergarten classes to the far left have been much smaller than that historic average of 180, 170 students, you know, by and large ranging anywhere from 110 students to 130 students for kindergarten classes. As they matriculate and move on through your various buildings, that's when we're going to see the continued enrollment decline and where we may see some drop-offs in individual grades from year to year. That's really how you're grouped, where you group 2 or 3 schools per grade. When you pass a larger grade on and you bring in a smaller grade, you have a natural dip there in the enrollment. One of the things that jumped out at me this year immediately from our analysis was your estimates of migration. This is where we take the aggregate of your grades 2 through 7 and then compare it to the aggregate of grades 3 through 8 the following year to get an understanding of how well that cohort either stayed together, lost students, or in your case, the last few years has added students. With all of the various changes in our lives and different factors out there, you still saw an increase of about 4.2%. Last year was down a little bit at 2.5%, but the 4.2 tracks pretty well with the 2 years prior to that being 17, 18, and 18, 19. The other big factor is birth decay. That trended just below 2. It aligns well with your 5-year historic average and is on par for what we've seen in years past. We talk a lot about our birth decay analysis, and a change that we saw happening about 5 or 6 years ago in many of our client communities was really the shift of you know, families and decision making of 20, 30 years ago. You would buy a house in a community, you would lay down roots, and then you would, you know, have your children within that community who would then move ahead and become part of a kindergarten class. We're seeing more and more kindergarten composition is being comprised of families with young children that moved in, say, from 0 to 5, or they weren't born in that community. You look back to 2001, 2002, the blue line shows the births lagged 5 years with your kindergarten enrollment stacked above that. The larger of that stacked bar chart being the blue component, that's the larger share of your kindergarten class that year that was comprised of births 5 or 6 years prior. Flash forward to the last 2 years, and really this past year, we're seeing a much more even split. This past year was almost a 50-50 split of your kindergarten class being those students that were born within the community of Weston 5 or 6 years ago, and those that moved into the community at some point in time in the last several years. So with the acknowledgement of the break from birth decay being the sole equation to help us derive kindergartners for future years, we began doing this blended methodology that we we do rely on the birth decay because, you know, we're a little bit of creatures of habitat, of habit being demographers and city planners. We still use that birth decay, but we also realize that it has a little bit of variability to it. And we rely on, rather than just using a static 3, 4, 5 year average, we have created a best fit equation for that, and we adjust the birth decay for future years based on the number of births. The second approach, and both go in equally 50-50, is that we derive kindergartners directly through a regression-based approach, which is really the established relationship we've been using the last 4 years for historic births, home sales, as well as home price within a community. And we take those two factors and really blend them together in order to be able to generate birth projections from year over year. And this is just our most recent update to our regression equation. And then here below is our, it's just capturing our various economic and really real estate assumptions that are driving that K regression part of the kindergarten enrollment projection. So, you know, basically looking at a low scenario for births and home sales, a medium, or, you know, really your current conditions for homes and birth sales, or home sales and births, and then looking at elevated conditions and assuming that they would persist for a majority of the 10-year planning horizon. And with all that technical data gets lumped in, we then are able to spit out, and this is just a redo of the earlier one to be able to intro our individual grade level projections. So as I talked about, we're projecting kindergarten class sizes really, you know, averaging about 120s. Liz will talk a little bit later on the 2020 births that have come in so far year to date. We're seeing a very big birth cohort for this current year, so that'll correspond with a large K cohort. And then overall averaging about 130 students for the back half of that horizon. Overall looking at anywhere from 2,273 upwards of 2,291 students tracking off of that medium projection model for the entirety of the pre-K-12 system. Looking at Hurlbut, so looking at the pre-K-2 component, we're seeing a slight uptick for next year, and then we have this little bit of a cyclical cycle there for enrollment. But overall, we're looking at, you know, no more than 460 students, 450 students out about 5 years. And that number is a little bit variable as those different size kindergarten grade cohorts come in, but really averaging between 450 and 460 for the bulk of that projection horizon. WIS is projected to experience a near-term drop in the next 3 years to just over 480 students, followed by a rebound to just over 500, and really ending up the last half of our projection horizon at about 520 to 530 students at the intermediate school. At the middle school, we're seeing a little bit steadier drop there. Overall, really reaching your bottom at about 25, 26 of just under 530 students, followed by a rebound to 560 students, and really leveling off at about 560, 550 for the last half of our projection horizon. At the high school, we're seeing a gradual decline, really out to 25, 26, ending, and then a little bit of a steeper dip as some smaller cohorts move in. Those are those ones that I was highlighting to the left, colored in that light orange, light yellow color. And then the enrollment stabilizes at around 730 before seeing an uptick as one of the larger grade cohorts then moves into the high school. So now I'll pop it over to Liz. And Liz, I can keep driving the PowerPoint if you want to do the narrative.
Sounds great. So a lot of this data you'll have seen from last year. As Mike mentioned, we didn't get the census update that we were hoping for, but for the update next year, we're anticipating to have our 2020 counts that will really shed some more light on what's going on So on this slide, you can see that the town's population has been increasing slowly and is projected to continue to increase. These are DOT projections, which typically assume growth. So take those with a grain of salt, considering that Weston is a very built out community already. But there is growth occurring, is the takeaway here. So we can move to the next slide. And the population by age, again, this hasn't changed much from last year. We're seeing growth in our adolescent and young adult populations, as well as in the older working age populations. But we are seeing some declines from this 2017 data in our 0 to 5 and our 30 to 44 cohorts. So the more recent estimates are showing these younger populations growing a little bit, but generally things really haven't changed too much. This is to be expected with the existing population. So we can go to the next slide. And again, females of childbearing age have just declined from historic levels, but nothing too shocking in the last few years. We can keep moving.
Yeah, Liz, I'll just add one little tidbit here. Yeah. This data becomes more and more important. When we have fresh census data, we're able then to do a demographic birth model that actually reflects the females of childbearing age and fertility rates within your community, rather than just relying on mathematical models to project future births. Mm-hmm. And with that, I'll segue to births.
All right. So as Mike mentioned, there are a lot of cyclical movement in communities, and 20 years ago, you were at a birth high in 2001, 137, and things have dropped off pretty significantly since then, starting to level out around 2015, 2016. But this year, we're seeing a really interesting spike. We've estimated these births based on 6 months of data that's available from the state. And this may be an indicator of the community going into an upswing, but that's yet to be seen as more data comes in. Mike, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's good. And then, yeah, what we do is we take just a historic percentage of your last several years of the births that we don't have for this year, and then do our estimate to get a full year, so it becomes a little bit closer to apples, I guess, than only showing a half year. Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah, definitely. Also, unemployment plays a large part of when people decide to have children, if they're moving into a community, things like that. And until 2019, Weston had a really low unemployment rate, about 3%, and has trended lower than the state unemployment rate historically. As of July, Weston's unemployment rate was at 7.2. We didn't include 2020 in this graphic just because we are hoping that it's an anomaly and not a multi-year trend. So next year, we'll see how things look.
Yeah, and the 2020 numbers, depending on when we pulled them, were so volatile for month to month that we'll wait till we have a full whole year. And it wasn't anything that we had included in our analysis to yield projections because of the number was just really just all over the place. And it wasn't just Weston, it was every community we were working in.
Yeah. So just briefly to summarize, there's been some slow population growth over the last 15 years. And although the birth rates have decreased in the early 2000s and early teens, there's been a pretty large uptick. And again, we're estimating that there'll be 78 births in town this year, which is a historic high for the last 15 years. And the average birth rate is about 63 over the last 5 years. And home sales, this I find really interesting. Again, very cyclical. You can see the peaks and valleys of economic conditions in this. But for 2020, we've taken data from January to August and like births, estimated it for a full year. And it is spiking in our estimation, and it will hit we assume it will hit 214 by the end of the year. I just checked the data this evening, and as of today, the 2020 sales are at 207, which is it's a historic high for the last 15 years as well. So I have no doubt you guys will hit 214 by the end of the year. So with that, we think that will have a large impact on enrollment, and will lead a large demographic shift in town as well.
Thanks, Liz.
No problem. And then home sales and housing permits are usually quite linked. As I mentioned, Weston's pretty built out, and with 2-acre zoning, there's not a lot of land to develop. So housing permits have been pretty steady since for the last 10 years, I would say. And sales and permits aren't as related. In some communities, they follow each other pretty distinctly. But here we can see that new construction isn't driving new population as much as sales are. And we can move to the next one. And for housing price, your median single family sale price this year was $742,500, which is, it's continuing to recover from the recession in 2008. We haven't made a complete recovery, and it hasn't recovered as well as some other towns in Fairfield County. However, Weston provides a more affordable option than some of your neighboring communities like Westport, New Canaan, and Wilton. So it is an attractive place to buy.
And Liz, I hate to put you on the spot, but do you recall offhand the median sale price increase versus what we saw last year? Was it around $50,000?
Yes.
It was notable, the uptick that we saw for the year to date this year.
Mm-hmm. And because we were seeing all these pretty astonishing trends, we reached out to Tracy Kulikowski, your town planner, as well as some local realtors about trends they were seeing, since we couldn't rely as much on historic data as we typically do. So we talked to them about trends they were noticing, and they were seeing that land that hadn't been developed was really starting to move. Those housing permits were going for these kinds of construction. While there haven't been any new subdivisions approved yet or applications for them, pre-approved subdivisions have been snapped up, and they're starting to be built on, which has led to a big construction boom. And Tracy's seen a lot of applications for additions and adding pools and renovations, things like that, to make your home a place you want to spend more time. And that she noticed very few tear downs. And as we've noted before, the inventory is very limited. You're a very built out community. So things are moving really quickly and for higher prices than they would have in the past. And our realtors noted that younger families are moving from New York City and other smaller cities in Fairfield and Westchester County because they like the space. And when we last spoke with Tracy, there was a petition to increase the size of accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. I'm not sure the status of that at this point, but that could encourage multi-generational housing and allow 3 generations to live on one property and share childcare duties. So that's something to consider.
Yeah, and Liz, I did follow up with the Planning and Zoning Commission on that. It's something that's on their radar. Just they haven't moved as quickly with it as they had hoped so far this year. Just to give a little update on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, so the reasons that people are moving to Weston, as noted by the realtors, the high quality schools, which I think the earlier part of this agenda just attests to that, and the development patterns, having all that space, having lots of land, is really a driver and attractive to folks, especially coming from cities. And since Weston is mostly owner occupied, and there are low vacancy rental rates, this incoming population is likely going to be a stable long-term population. They're not just coming in for the pandemic and leaving, or That's our assumption. And yeah, as Weston's aging, that's going to be a huge driver of housing turnover as empty nesters and retirees decide that they don't want to take care of these large properties that they're going to sell to these folks coming in from the cities. So again, another driver of possibly young families and new students coming into the system.
Great, thanks, Liz. I'll pick it up and bring it home. So
sure.
One of the things that jumped out to me this year, and it's probably been the first time I've been doing enrollment projections for about 20 years, was getting into conversations on, what does your withdrawal data look like, or your opt-out students who were registered, and then, because of family reasons, the pandemic, many other things, where did they end up when they weren't here and they opted to withdraw and leave? So not only in Weston, but all the other communities that we do our work in every fall, we've been mining this data, looking at it, making a determination, how best to be able to incorporate it into enrollment projections. It's funny in that all this information out there, and that, that was something that, and having done this for 2 decades, that I never ever thought I would even ask for, let alone, go through with my team and being analyzing it. But it's something that, as a segue for Bill and Meredith later, that we worked with them on, get a good understanding of, what was in the data, what wasn't in the data, and do we have to make adjustments? And within our median projection model, we made very modest adjustments, but we know that these are used for section planning for next year. So we had a few students that had opted to homeschool where we had some bubbles where we used the threshold of around 10 students that had opted out, and we added those back into the Weston enrollments for next year projected. So we didn't have a hole there in some communities, and it really kind of, from our research, depended on the model that each district opened with. We had upwards of 20, 25% of some cohorts that had opted out. One of the things that we recently saw, before I get into our takeaways, was the state issued a report late last week on some of that information, and I'm working up a little package together for our various communities, and I'll send out a little summary of that as well. But overall, we saw the median projection model still performed well. I think we would have been a little bit low on our kindergarten projection did we not have some of those families and students that withdrew. We would have been a little low on the kindergarten, as well as one other elementary grade. However, it's still, the robustness of the model still was able to generate accurate grade level projections overall. I think, as Liz talked about some of those variables, and we're seeing this big spike in the housing turnover, I think looking long term, like greater than 3, 4, 5 years down the road, should this robust housing market continue, the high projection model may be the one that proves more accurate over that 10-year horizon. But early on, the two models align pretty well, so you have some flexibility there. But looking at the pre-K system, I think overall we're seeing some pretty stable enrollments. I've talked about sort of the waves of students coming through the flattening on your leading edge at Hurlbut, as well as the matriculation of some of those smaller grades as they move through the middle school and then into the high school. We're going to see some decline there, and that's just really the natural progression as students move through the system. Time and time again, when we mine the enrollment data and we look at immigration factors, by and large, in our DIRG A, DIRG B communities in Connecticut, the greatest levels of immigration occur at that elementary level. So really building up of the wave of students as they move through the system. But overall, I think for your planning for next year, I would rely on that medium model and just keep watching the housing market and the pandemic and see where things go in the longer term. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to the board to see if they have any questions for Liz and I.
Yeah, let's turn it over to the board with questions. I Mike, I have one question to start. Just stepping back a little, when, I went back to last year and I looked at 2 years in particular, right? 2025 and then 2029. 2029, those were your, I guess, the 5 and 10-year projections for last
Mhm.
year, right? And basically what I see is, as a total, just broadly speaking, that the projection for 2025 went up 65 students, and the projection for 29-30 went up by 102 students, right?
Mhm.
And so now what was the median last year now is closer to the lower worst case 10-year projection. It's so the
It
curve has
shifts.
shifted. There's a
Yeah.
shift, right? So just from a board perspective, what are the fundamental drivers of that shift that's persisting through the 5 and 10 years? That really, because the regression analysis that you do, in order to create that shift, there had to be a couple of really fundamental differences that shifted that curve.
Yeah, there are, Tony. Let me just grab, I'm going to reshare my screen again. I apologize, but I think it's easier to kind of walk through it. So the regression analysis feeds 1/2 of a K enrollment. So it's not huge. We rely on the cohort survival for the remainder of that. But what we saw this year, and I'll start with, in spite of having a pandemic and all of the things that encompass our decision-making as parents, a community, a board, administrators, you still saw 4.2% positive immigration. One of the other big factors was also looking at the birth data and seeing that, seeing that we've been tracking upwards, and I really wish we had the census data to be able to do that demographic model. So seeing an uptick of births, we had estimated 2020 would have been about a dozen births lower. So that's about 15, 16, 17 kindergartners out 5 years. So that chips away a little bit at it. But also looking at this sales number and seeing a large bump up in sales this year, and then Liz talking about the year to date, we're likely capturing, or we're likely not capturing, some students that we may have only captured their older sibling in our projections, knowing that your average household size in Weston is rather large. That we're also looking at it and saying what we typically see is that there's likely some younger siblings in tow that are also going to feed into that system. So what we did was we looked at the ratios for the cohort survival. We looked at these other factors, and we made a very slight adjustment upwards. So when we're talking about, I'm scanning like crazy, but when we're talking about 65 students overall in 20 out about 5 years, I think it should be noted as well, and put in a little bit better context of, that's really spread out across 13 grades, if not 14 grades, counting the pre-K. So really a small number of students, 3 or 4 per grade overall. And as we look at the 102 students out 9 or 10 years, that's really only about 4 or 5 students overall per grade. So it's not like we're seeing a huge wave of K coming that's going to blow your socks off of this huge kindergarten class. It's really getting kind of spread out a little bit across the board overall of where we're likely going to see students move in. It's not going to be all at once, but we're going to see a slight uptick of students over the next 5 and 10.
You got it. And I have one more question, is that if you kind of view our demographics as a proxy for our school population, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you anticipate, based on the early data that you're seeing, that our demographics will move towards where we were, or slowly moving towards where we were in 2010, or not? I mean, because at the end of the day, it's that demographic that's really ultimately going to really result in a resurgence in our school population, right?
Yeah, and that's a really good question. And I think what we're seeing, especially in some of our Connecticut communities that have had recovery a little bit sooner than you've been experiencing it, compared to, and we've looked back maybe 30 to 40 years in some of these, the latest uptick in the recovery is much more shallow. It's not as steep, it's not as quick, and it's a little bit more prolonged than some of the upticks we've seen in the past. And that's just analyzing grouped statewide data that we've been looking at there. So I would say that it's probably going to be slow, but if you stay in these housing conditions where you're having 200 housing sales a year this year, and then next year it looks like you're on track for that as well, that's going to likely probably lean you towards that higher model in our projections.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Mike, can I ask a question, Tony?
Yeah, I'm done.
Mike, would you go to the housing slide where we've seen a real increase in sales? Yeah. So this is just great news, and we just want to see this in this town, and I think a lot of people watching want to see this, you know, and it's a huge sort of phew moment for the town. My question is simply if this is also a proxy for, or a factor perhaps in how you project enrollment. Do you at all take into account that this year there was this big migration out of cities and into the countryside for people because of the pandemic, and that they've set these homes up as temporary homes or weekend homes or country homes to escape from the pandemic? In other words, to what degree can you think that these are permanent residents who will be putting their kids in schools?
Okay, Liz had a focus group meeting with the local realtors, and what we heard from them was that these are full-time permanent purchases with the intent of staying.
Yeah.
And that was just their take from having those personal conversations and, you know, pulling their real estate agents there. I think one of the things that gives me more confidence, in addition to that anecdotal and the and sort of the, you know, the qualitative side, is you saw an increase in immigration. So you topped last year's amount of immigration. So students that stayed and then built upon the cohorts from last year increased in spite of the pandemic.
Right.
So that leads me to believe that this is more of a permanent full-time trend itself than something that is, you know, and from what we heard from some other communities where they did some of that, I think it would be caught in some of the numbers where they may not be registering in Weston schools. They may have moved here and they may have been still remoting into their school back wherever they came from. They still may have been part of that independent school that is offering remote classes, online learning, where we wouldn't have seen them in that uptick in immigration in, you know, Weston schools there.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Mike.
Yep.
Hi, Mike. I have a question for you.
Sure.
You know, in your opening paragraph, in your opening page, you're talking about having successfully projected enrollment for Weston and neighboring communities within 1% of actual enrollment for the successive year. And I'm just wondering about the accuracy of those longer term projections, because we're budgeting, you know, 3 to 5 years out, and we have a facilities optimization committee here in town that's looking, you know, at the long picture of, you know, 5-10 years out. And, you know, I don't see any data in here that tells us how accurate your projections from 5 years ago are to today's actuals, because I think that would give us a sense. And you know, I'm not picking on you as a demographer. It's just getting a sense as to how reliable these projections 5 and 10 years out from now can be, if we don't know how reliable the ones that got us to where we are today are.
Yeah, I can go back and pull our first set of projections that we did in Weston to give you one that's specific to, good question, specific to our work here. I will say that every January we go back and we pull communities together. So we'll go and we'll pull our suburban communities together and aggregate all the enrollment together and look at our accuracy overall, and then do that for our urban clients. And the last time that we did that, I know for our projections 5 to 6 years out for our suburban Connecticut communities, they were 3 to 5%, 5 to 6 years out overall.
You know, I think just on Melissa's point, I don't view it as being like accurate or not accurate, but I kind of view it as follows. Let's say you do a projection 5 years ago or 10 years ago, right? And then you plot where you are along that line. Things happen, things change, but sometimes looking at that data versus what was projected, you can actually explain what caused the deviation rather than saying accurate or not. You can actually go back and say, okay, this has a big influence on that. If this, this changed a lot, and as a result, we didn't track our projection, right? Yeah. I think that's more valuable than looking at it and saying I'm accurate or not. I think a lot of these things, I think sometimes you gain a lot of intuition around what variables drive this by actually looking at how it deviated and trying to explain why it deviated. Yeah.
Yeah, Tony, that's a great point. And I think the slide I'm sharing right now says it all. Last year's presenting to you as a board, if I projected that as part of my model that you would add 214 sales, an uptick over where we were at this year, that would have been so far-fetched. But when I see this number and I see that, okay, we were still kind of on, I know that there's a component of students that are likely missing, because I know that the real estate market here is such a huge driver for your enrollment. And that's sort of when we dug into the data with Meredith and we're asking tough questions on, homeschooling, withdrawals, like really digging into it. I would say that if there wasn't that component, we wouldn't have been as accurate as I stated early on. But you're right. Each year we're getting new data and we're looking ahead to see what that endpoint is going to look like for your longer term planning. But I say really in that 5-year window is where that's not assumption driven. That's driven based on your most recent conditions. That's where we really have our greatest level of confidence. It's as we get out 5 to 10 years, you could have some of these larger sweeping changes in economics and conditions that no one can really sort of foresee.
Yep. Any other questions for Mike?
Yeah, I have one more. I just want to pressure test the medium projection a little bit. You're citing the accuracy of enrollment yields to predictions recently to favor the medium model, but that didn't consider the COVID impact and the increased real estate activity in town, which surely wasn't predicted. So does that mean then absent COVID, it really wouldn't have been as accurate, right? So does that invalidate in any way the reliance on the medium model?
It's a good question. I don't know what it would have been this year absent COVID, to be honest with you. I know last few years we've been tracking at about 0.6, 0.8% of the actual from year to year. I don't know what your enrollment would have looked like if there wasn't.
Well, I think it would have been lower. I mean, right?
True, but also if I presume the housing sales that we're seeing, the elevated levels, the immigration, that's all being driven by the pandemic, but we also lost the number of students that could have been driven by the pandemic that opted to homeschool or opted out that were once registered. So
Yeah, we have that number. It's not that high. I think
It's-
what, in the 30s, maybe the homeschooling kids? And some
but
of
it
those I
was
imagine are siblings.
But it was largely at the lower elementary grades is what we looked at. Yeah, I mean, I saw 10 second graders this year that opted for homeschool. So, I mean, it was not insignificant. So, I mean, that's a tough question. I don't know how well we would have performed if there wasn't a pandemic for 7, 8, I don't even know how long, 8 months out of this year so far.
Yeah, I'm just not sure I'm on the medium projection.
Okay.
Yeah, Melissa, this is Ruby. Sorry, I'm off camera. I would agree with you. I feel like the projection now, or I should say the projection for next year is assuming a 100% normalcy rate. Meaning in 9 months from January, when we set the budget or when we look at the budget, this country or Weston will be back to normal 100%. And even that then is showing a 2021 count to a 21-22 count being pretty flat to each other, right? Because that's what we're saying here, which hasn't happened in a number of years. Where we've remained flat. So I would agree with you, Melissa. I think the numbers that we're at right now, and I know that you look, Mike, at October 1st, and October 1st, we were at the 2273, but as of last Friday, we're at 2233. And so that is a difference of 40 students. And I know, Bill, you kind of stated your assumptions on how you got to those additional 40 students, and you looked at homeschooling versus private school, and a percentage of that will come back into our district. I just have to say, with the uncertainty of we're going to go back to being 100% normal, coupled with the fact that those kids that are now out of district might like where they are and might not want to come back to the district, and with the uncertainty might not want to forego their quote unquote spot right at a private school. And so I'm very wary of the middle projection. I agree with you, Melissa.
I think you have to unpack that a little though, right?
Can I make a slight update correction there? We reported to the state 2249. That was a confirmed enrollment on October 1st. That's in the documentation. Yeah. So I understand that, and we can talk in a second. It's a much larger number on the homeschooling and independent school at the younger ages. So we can talk about that when you're ready. Mm-hmm.
I had a question. I think I'm just a little confused. And I guess it's kind of the same issue, which is that I'm hearing that we had this huge uptick at home sales, and I don't see it reflected in the data. So at what point is that reflected in the data?
Is your question at what point is it reflected in a generation of students?
Correct. Like, when will we see that, I guess, is my question. If we everything you showed us does not reflect that huge increase in home sales. So when will we see that? I'm missing that.
Yeah, we don't have a census of exactly who bought a house and how many kids they have, unfortunately, of what ages they are. But what we did see this year, we did see increase in net migration. We saw some higher persistency ratios from year to year, which is tracking. Hopefully everybody can see this line on the bottom, was slightly elevated above on average than prior years. So we're seeing it incrementally across some grades. Whether or not, each sale generated students that have moved you in a different direction. I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm saying is that typically in Weston, it is a family community, and for those that are buying in especially with an elevated level, the likelihood of seeing additional children, regardless of what platform they opt to learn in or be part of an independent school or Weston, it's likely coming with school-age children. I don't have a definitive count for each of those sales, how many students they've yielded in your community. It's just a long time indices that we've used with great success.
Yeah, it seems like, when you really break down where we are today versus kind of the longer term projections, it seems like the birth rate and the imputed kind of in-migration change due to, increased home sales is really driving that number, but it's really driving that number in the we're still losing, we're not really, at the end of the day, we're relying on the fact that there's more students entering over the next 10 years at the younger grades versus what we're losing at the older grades, because the high school is basically going to be losing, let's say projected to lose 50 students, but it's all coming from our assumption around, I guess slightly increased birth rates, but a projection of in-migration that's really going to boost those numbers, right?
Yeah, in your numbers, you were always, Weston has always been a community where people move in because of the quality of life, the lifestyle, the schools, and our assumption is when housing sales are elevated, those core values of Weston, which, in the best of my knowledge, haven't changed in a long time, are still what's driving people to your community. They value the same things. They value the education. So, they're going to come in at a younger age. They're going to have children that are in either about to enter school or are in, elementary school or intermediate school. And they're going to likely stay throughout their children's education there.
Yeah.
But so this is where I'm confused though, is that if you say we have, like, just for argument's sake, 3,300 families, and generally if you were to go and look it up, you'd say half, right, would be school-age children. According to what you're saying that more than half, so that I should expect to see a bigger increase based on that.
Maybe.
I'm not quite sure I'm getting the question. I think it's not going to radically change the size of the households in your community. And Liz, you may have it at your fingertips. I can't remember what the average household size is. What we're seeing is turnover of homes that may not have had children that are or were recently currently Weston Public Schools children are now turning over to family households. And you will always have a certain percentage that choose independent school, choose other learning modes. But if you're having more home sales, you're going to have more opportunities for children then to choose Weston Public Schools.
Yeah, I hear you. I guess that's what I'm saying, is that I would have expected based on what you're saying, I would have expected to see a bigger increase, whereas really I see a lot of decreases. So that's where I'm confused, is where that disconnect is.
If I may, and Tony, I want to keep an eye on the clock here because you got some other big reports, but I think it's not perfect, but the tracking that Meredith did of the students who were set to come here but withdrew, that starts to show you quite a significant gap. And I think those withdrawals are a much higher number than you typically would have seen. So it's a hunch, but you could have had the home ownership go up. The census data is not available to Malone and Broome. They've said that several times. If they had that census data, they might have a better handle on who was in these new home purchases. But we lost a lot of young children right in the last several weeks before school. They had enrolled and then they withdrew. It's quite a large number, and we've tracked it with great detail. And that could go a long ways to explain, because, for example, if you had 29 homeschoolers stay in, just the younger ones, and that independent school number K, that's 14, that's a big number for Weston. If they all stay in, your enrollment jumps up to 292. And you would have been, going back to the earlier point, the Malone and Broome would have been off, tied, to the inflow for the pandemic. But again, some of this is hunches. But
Bill, you wanna move to that date? You wanna go through that? Do we?
Yeah, Mike, do you want to take your screen down? I'm sensitive to time because you got a couple of big reports here.
Right.
A number of people in the queue.
You should be free, Bill.
All right. So what you should be seeing right now, something that says chart 4, total withdrawals. Can someone say yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, this is the document that, thank you, Meredith, for doing all the legwork on this. Then I had put together some summary data to explain it. I think there's a lot here, but chart 4 is really what the board had worried about.
Hey, Bill, can you make it a little bigger on your side?
I probably can't at this point.
Okay, don't worry about it. No worries.
It's in the materials, it's posted, it's there. People
I got it.
Correctly. But what I was speaking to is, and Laura's on the line, we saw, these are students who had enrolled, they moved into Power School, they were committed to coming here. And what Meredith did is she tracked this back with each support staff in each of the buildings. She had 14 kindergartners who were due to come in, decide to go to independent school. You see later in the independent school cycle, 7 ninth graders. That's probably fairly typical. The 5th grade transition, that also of 9 independent schoolers, that might be fairly typical as well. Those are pivot years, often into independent schools. So that's quite typical. 14 leaving, that sounds high to me, and I think it sounds high to people here. The other thing going on, though, is the homeschooling. So you've got up through grade 5, you have 29 students who chose to homeschool, quite heavy in the early elementary years. This is a far higher number than usual. As Mike has told you, again, this is not all scientific, but we're looking across Southern Fairfield County and we're seeing a big uptick in homeschooling. My strong sense is leave the independent school students where they are. They may say, hey, I'm really engaged in this school. I'm going to stay here. I've made the choice. Homeschooling, my hunch is you may have as many as, 25 or so students saying, we're through the pandemic. We feel safe and healthy coming back into the Weston schools. Some of whom may have been people in that group who bought homes. A lot of us have been around this business a long time. My hunch is that is not a long-term homeschooling group. That I think is a crisis homeschooling group, and especially in those early elementary years. So again, it's a hunch, but I think it goes a long ways to potentially explaining the good questions that a number of you are asking about this. I would suggest for the board that we can, not tomorrow, but over the next month, try and do some surveys, simple ones of those families, just to say at this point in the year, what are you anticipating going into next year? What might lead you to return into the Weston Public Schools, particularly the homeschooling families? They may choose to respond, they may not, that's their choice, but it would give you a handle. We could do the same thing for that 14 at the independent school kindergarten. So there's a lot more in this document, but I think this is the bottom line, so to speak. Where did all those students go who we thought were these were enrolled students. And these are the students that left us sort of late August on into the beginning of the school year.
Mike, can you just clarify, this is Ruby again, can you just clarify something for me? On your memo, it looks like your page 2 memo to Bill on November the 10th, where it says projected enrollments and percentage change by grade groupings. Do you see that?
Yeah, I'm trying to connect to my server. I don't have it on my desktop in front of me.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here, because Bill, you stated a different number, and so now I'm a bit confused. So, Mike, on here you have 2020 to 2021 enrollment at 2273, and Bill, you said that you reported to the state 2249. Then your projection for next year, which we have to develop a budget for 2021 and 2022. It's again 2274. So Mike, you're saying that we're essentially going to be flat to last year. Bill, you said that you submitted to the state 2249. So I'm just a bit confused here.
I think, Ruby, I think you may be talking pre-K-12 versus K-12.
Yeah, Tony, you're spot on. It was 2249 K-12 reported to the state, but it's 2273 when we add in
Pre-K.
the 24 pre-K students.
Oh, okay. So Bill,
I'm sorry about that.
On your, no, it's okay. If Bill can just add on his data, on his chart, he just has a total. It doesn't say K through 12. He's got PK3, PK4 up at the top, but it's just not rolled into the total then. Okay.
Yeah.
We've always done it that way, Ruby. We can adjust it. The chart that you get every week is always.
Yeah, let's do that so that it's clear.
Yeah, the total is for columns K-12. So you have K-12, then the total line, then below that separate chart, you have that number. So we could do then a grand total if you want, but we purposely K-12, the total line, new chart, different numbers, but we can clarify that.
Mike, this is Victor. One question I have, and frankly, I don't know if this can be done or not, but maybe what I would have liked to have seen is, because when you look at the K through 12 of the 2249, and then you come up with the projections and you're off by 2 students, 0.1%. Okay, that's a headline. But then trying to disaggregate that and think about, the puts and takes of the withdrawals and of the inflows, and try to normalize the base. Because I think irrespective of what drove, it's not about forecast accuracy, but it's like, I think we're looking to, we have information about withdrawals and we have information about inflows. So what should be our new normalized base? And that's perhaps what I'm not gleaning from this, or I'm not looking at the right information.
No, so that's what we would typically do. We don't have a history of what the what the expected trend should have been for withdrawals, say, because these weren't students that we never pick up in Weston. So, you're always having homeschool that may have never crossed your radar, or independent school students that never crossed your radar. This was data that we had pooled in August. We had requested to get it pooled, but we don't have a history going back of, say, that August pool every year of is there a baseline of withdrawals that happen every given year. As Bill put it, we're assuming no, there haven't been. So I think if you were to add in if you took it carte blanche and didn't try to read into any of them, and we could add in all the withdrawals and count it as part of your actual, just to see what that difference would have been. I could do that. I don't have it in front of me. It would count the 31 homeschoolers, and it would also count those independent school withdrawals to see what that actual would have been. And that would have probably but that becomes, I think, from a statistician standpoint, that becomes a Frankenstein of numbers that were reported in August by picking and choosing certain ones, and a Frankenstein of combining what that October 1st is. I can do it, but you know, I would asterisk it. Just I don't know what I would glean from it other than we would have been further off.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Bill.
Mike. Yeah, I mean, Victor, it's a good question. I want to be clear. Mike and I talked about that very issue at length.
Mhm.
And there's been a lot of question about which you'd worry about the precision of Malone and McBroom. Debate the precision or not, they have a definite demographic econometrics model that they bring to this. They can go back and look at, you know, variables in, analyze that and understand where they are. And then if they're off, they can go understand what variables might have driven it. In the Frankenstein image is a good one, because if we took the data that simply we gathered and tossed that into their modeling, and all of you are very smart on statistical modeling, we would throw off all of that. So, and we might be left with the same guess we have right now. So we felt, let's let Malone and McBroom bring their analysis separate. We would say, here is direct data we've chased. We don't have any longitudinal information, for example, on the homeschooling. We're operating on a hunch. You know, we can't go back previously. That's what Mike's saying. But we actually looked at your exact question, Victor, and said the best way to answer this, probably most accurately, is here's the Malone and McBroom findings and analysis. Related to it, maybe, is here what we've actually chased out in terms of our withdrawals. But putting them into the Malone and McBroom model would leave us maybe no more accurate, is what we're saying, if that's a fair summary. But we looked exactly at that question and decided to present it this way, just to still give better information, but leave there's still questions.
And we've been thinking about that in some of the collection of all the communities we're working in, trying to strive for better data, but without compromising the validity of our models. I hope we don't have to have this conversation next year regarding a pandemic, but it's something that I think, you know, this being our and every demographer's first year projecting in a pandemic, I think we've learned a lot, and we've looked in different places that we wouldn't have normally looked. And I think one of the big things that my takeaway is that, and an opportunity for a district to be able to ask census related questions to new parents in a community, or new registrations to a school, gather that information. You don't ever, you're going to miss an opportunity where you may actually need it.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be in a year where there's a shock to the system. I think it's going to be I personally, I feel it's very hard to predict short term. And I think long term, my view is that you have the bounds, you have the lower bound and the upper bound. I don't think you know yet where, personally, I don't know, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think what path to the upper bound or lower bound you're going to follow yet. I think that you're doing the best you can, but I don't think that shock has been absorbed into the system enough to know where within that upper or lower bound you're going to actually lie yet. I think time will tell. Yeah,
Tony, that's a good point. I think what we've done as a company, especially with everybody, when we pull our collective knowledge, is rather than, for a baseball analogy, rather than trying to paint the perfect corners on every pitch, we're just trying to get it down the middle of the plate. And we've gone with the medium model as what we feel is a good approach. But when I had it peer reviewed by some of our other demographers, they think that we may be actually a little low on this medium model of what you may actually see. And that's been some of the comments that we've been just working as a group, tossing around internally right now.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for Mike? It's just that we can stay on this all night, but we have a long agenda to still get through. Thanks, Mike. If there's other questions, we'll make sure that we get them to you.
I'm happy to answer them, Tony. I know I've taken up enough of your time at this meeting, but if anything comes in, I'm happy to give a response.
No, this is the highlight of our year.
Come on now. Hopefully you got something better to do than that, but yes, I get it. All right, take care, everybody.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bill, you want to move on to the next agenda item? I think there's so much in here to unpack in terms of the data. So we should, if you have any specific questions, just send them along. We'll make sure we get get them to Mike, see if he can, answer them, or if there's something you'd like to see that hasn't been presented.
So if we're ready to move to the next
Yep.
item, I'm going to hand it right to Ken and team, and Meredith Starzik's here, and Lisa on what's another annual report. And I think Zuba would agree, this is a much more interesting and useful report. I say that the other's good, this is even better and that much more important, because it's really about what we care about. How are we doing with our students' outcomes at the end of their run here in Weston?
Great, thanks, Bill. Good evening again, everyone. And I'm joined tonight by Lisa Wolak and Meredith Starzik, who's the director of counseling at the high school. And we're back annually to give you an update on the most recent graduating class. This is typically the second of two reports in the fall. We usually have the gauging progress report in the October meeting, but as you know, the state did not have those standardized assessments this past spring due to the pandemic. So, but we do have a wealth of information for you tonight regarding the class of 2020. And so our goal is to tell the story of the class of 2020. The pandemic hit at the tail end of their time here. So a lot of the work on the college process for most students had already completed with just a short period of time between the pandemic and the AP assessments. What you have here is really, another strong year of college acceptances and performance by a graduating class. And so I'm going to turn it over to Lisa, who will then have Meredith tell the story of the class of 2020. Lisa?
Thanks so much, Ken. Normally, I talk about the AP tests specifically on this night. I just wanted to mention a couple of things that you might, I'm sure many of you were familiar with how the spring assessment went, especially with AP. While we're proud that 287 students took the exams, there were other 500 exams given. We offer 22 AP courses ourselves. I think the important thing to notice here is that it's really like comparing apples and oranges when you look at the tests. Because when you think that, for example, the AP Psych exam is usually 2 hours, it was only 45 minutes, a few open-ended questions. The AP Spanish exam was 2 oral components where the students had to speak to an informal conversation and a cultural connection conversation. They took away everything else, the reading, the writing, the multiple choice. AP Lang was 1 big essay instead of 3. So while we're really proud that we have a lot of 4s and 5s on the exams, we always look for that to see how we can not only give students access to the test, but that they perform well. It's really like comparing apples and oranges. And they're great scores. We look forward to this coming spring rather, where hopefully it will be back to normal, so to speak, for the way that these exams are given and how they are actually assessing the students. But with that, I think that probably the most interesting part of any of these reports is the part about the college acceptance rates and how the class of 2020 fared. So with that, I will turn it over to our Director of School Counseling, Ms. Starzak.
Thank you very much. So when I'm looking at these reports, I like to see if there's a story that can be told from the data. And after looking at the last 3 years, I feel like we are now really seeing the benefits of hiring a certified college and career counselor for our students. So if you start by looking on page 7, you will see some of the changes in our application statistics to show our students are now creating more balanced and well-informed lists of schools to apply to. For example, if you look at the total number of applications per student, it's dropped slightly. Also, the number of acceptances has increased and the percentage of denials has decreased. Also, I was happy to see how the number of different schools our students are applying to has increased. This is important because it means our students are starting to look at other schools that are different from the brand name schools our students have always historically applied to. And I really attribute that to Ms. Green, our college and career counselor. She's brought a great deal of information about specific programs across the country that our students can benefit from that we may not have heard of before. And I think that really attributes to the diverse list that we have from the class of 2020. So the next page, page 8, displays student outcomes for the class of 2020 in regards to students attending four-year schools, two-year schools, or students who are choosing other post-secondary plans, such as military, PG, and so on. One thing I would like to note this year is that this data was collected from our graduates in June. So since then, some students that were planning on attending a university in the fall have changed their minds due to COVID. Some students decided it was not worth paying $80,000 to be remote from their bedroom or kitchen. Others changed their minds about attending a university for health and safety reasons. Unfortunately, this has been a very fluid situation, but it does make it hard for us to try to track some of these changes. But based on some of the outreach we've had from students for the summer and even into the fall, as universities are still changing their minds about their plans, we have some students from the class of 2020 that have been changing their minds about their plans for this current year. And I think that's just kind of important to keep in mind for when we go and look at the class of 2020 and their graduation rates in a 4 to 6 year time period from college. The class of 2020, it may be off a little bit because we have a lot more students taking a gap year and trying to figure some other things out. On page 9 is analysis of our early application or admission programs. So I just want to define those for you just to make sure everyone understands what these admission programs mean. So in the first chart, you can see early decision 1, early decision 2, and restricted early action. So early decision 1 and 2 is a binding agreement a student enters with college, letting them know that they're accepted, that they will go and attend that institution. Restricted early action is another term. Students are not bound to go if they're accepted. However, these schools restrict them from applying to any other early action institutions. So we put those together for you. And you can see again, the class of 2020, based on the numbers, you can see better well-informed decisions. We have less students putting out early decision applications. I think it's a more thought out process. And also our numbers are still percentage-wise really high at 63% of the students receiving an acceptance of the people who applied. Also on page 9, you will see early action, rolling, and priority admission programs. These are non-binding programs. Students who would like to hear a decision by mid-December from an institution. And what's really important, again, to point out is our number of students who take advantage of an early program still remains very high at 92% of the class. Which that really means is that 92% of the class of 2020 had applied to at least one school by November 15th. Once again, students are really moving up the process. On page 10, refers to our acceptance rate based on the Barron's selectivity rankings. And I would really like to just adjust, as you can see how Barron's describes what the most competitive school is considered in a highly competitive school. I really feel like these averages are not quite accurate anymore. For example, for a most competitive school, the acceptance rate to these schools is generally less than 10%. And for our highly competitive colleges, that acceptance rate is usually less than 20% now. If you look at the Weston percentages compared in those areas, you can see that our average of acceptance is very high compared to what that school normally accepts. Also on page 14, you're going to see the alumni data from the class of 2014. And as you can see from that chart, 84% of the students graduated from college in 4 years or less. 96% of the class graduated in 5 years or less. So again, just further evidence of how prepared our students are when they leave Weston. Lastly, I just would like to mention a parent program that we have this Thursday evening. Jeffrey Salenko, who is the author of Who Gets In and Why, will be speaking to what happens behind the scenes in admissions offices across the country. And we're really happy to have him do a Zoom presentation for our high school parents. Also, our department is going to be working with him in December on how we could be changing our programming to incorporate his advice and knowledge. We actually made a department goal this year to read his book, and we're really happy to have him in and to kind of give us some tips on what we can be doing with our program to kind of help throughout this process. With that, we can open it to any questions that people have.
Any questions from the board members?
I had a question on test scores on page 3. So let's talk about this a little bit. I mean, when I look at it, it looks like they've gone down. I don't know if you want to reflect on it and give a little bit of an analysis from what you've seen.
So I can start here, Hillary. I think that's a good question. We're showing 3 years of data, just a little bit of background that the most recent version of the SAT began in 2016. So we really do have data from 2017 to 2020. Going back to 2017, which isn't shown there. So the 4 years that we have full class taking these this version of the SAT, we had 1252 was the combined for 2017, and then you have 1216 for 2018. Those 2 years were more comparable. In 2019, 2020 were comparable. When you look at a difference between for example, this class with 1220 and 1228, those are very close, because those increments are usually 10 points, but on the SAT when you receive the results as an individual. So yeah, there's a difference between those 2 years and the 2019-20 years. And if you look at those scores for the evidence-based reading and writing, in each of those cases, they're slightly higher than the math, which is typical. But there is a difference, but it's not a huge difference. I wouldn't say at this point there's a trend in downward. I'd just say it's just something to look at and keep unpacking, because we do know that each class, depending on the students within the class or who's taking particular tests, we do see differences between classes. But if you look at the ACT scores, which I think you have to look at both at the same time, the SAT and the ACT, we'll just look at the 2020 scores there. They're comparable to the 2018 score. And so we are seeing more and more students take the ACT as well. So I don't know if Meredith or Lisa, you want to add to that?
When you I guess the question is, what is the success metric, and how well do whether the test scores are going up or down ultimately drive what the ultimate success metric is, right? It's not the test in and of itself, right? The test is trying to achieve something, right? And so the question is, do you feel that year after year we're doing better by whatever success metric you're choosing to evaluate yourselves, or not? I guess that's the real question. And how do test scores really play into that or not anymore? I don't know. I guess that's.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a factor. There's certainly a factor, but in what Meredith, I think, opened up with, the real success here is students are, identifying what is the best match for them in terms of the application process, and they're being successful in that search, and they have the statistics to back up where they're looking to go and to whatever meet their interests. So it's a means. They certainly the standardized test results are a means to an end, and the end is, as you can see here, some of the goals we've set out here, we've achieved in terms of streamlining the college process.
Well, what is your, I guess what is that that end, right? What, when you look at the data yourselves and you look back year after year, how do you actually evaluate yourselves and say, oh, this year's better than last year? Like, what is it? What are those things that you look like and say, okay, we're doing better than 3 years ago? What are some of those things that you actually look for?
Yeah, Tony, let me take a start here. On page 14, the pie chart here, class of 2014. Others have heard me say this, that education struggles to find the single number. People try, I know you're not doing that, Tony. You try and find the single number that explains everything, which just does not work. And statisticians who, just say, forget it. But this one gets close to a single number that brings a whole lot of things together. So if you actually think about, and it's very helpful what Meredith has said, is look at the mix of data that helps us understand what kind of choices are our students making. Because as you've heard me say, this is a college going community. I've worked in different communities that have a different conversation. Chicago, Cleveland Heights, where I've worked, be a very different conversation. This conversation is a college prep conversation. So that mix of data that Meredith is showing is to the guidance that we're now providing juniors, seniors, maybe even early sophomores to make very robust, wise choices. That's very helpful. Now in the COVID-19 pandemic, she's giving you the big caveat that some of that we're not sure. So then I'd say, fine, you get students into college, but what do you do to help them get out? We know that about 50% never come out. We know that about 30% ignore COVID-19, about 30% drop out by Thanksgiving as you look across the nation. And even our competitive districts still don't match that 2014 number. They're not up. I mean, that number that we'd have in 6 years, 99%, if I'm understanding it, maybe I missed a number there, finishing, that's a remarkable outcome. And I think that's an outcome to point to. So to be real clear, college prep community, are we helping them make good broad choices as to very smart matches? A good indicator on the matches, do you actually get out in about 6 years, which is the standard out there, because students take time off, they do other things. So nobody anymore looks at, you get out in 4 years. You look at that 5, 6 years. So to me, that is the real indicator. And if we were to start falling way off on it, I would say go back and look at why have we fallen off on our college matriculation, college graduation, success number.
I had a question too. I'm looking at a lot of these charts, and I think what's missing here for me is, maybe let me just preface that by saying we're in this period of time, right, where we're working on our goals and objectives for the year, and we're working towards the early stages of the budget and figuring out, what we should prioritize. And when I look at things like this, and I understand this is just, obviously just the high school, but particularly with the AP tests and to some extent the SAT and the ACT, we're looking at such a short yearly comparison here. And more importantly, there's really no data against Fairfield County. Like I'm impressed that we're so high in the nation and the state, but I kind of took that as a given. And I'm just wondering where we're falling with respect to our peer districts in Fairfield County. But I think that would be more instructive in terms of what areas we should focus on in terms of, how we're looking at our goals for the year.
I think, let me try to answer a little bit about what's resonating with me, Melissa, about what you're saying is, like, for example, let's say I'm looking at just, if I'm talking AP, and when we compare and we look at the other Durgay schools, we look at a couple of things. We look at, first of all, the number of AP courses that the school offers. And that's why, for example, this year we're offering AP Human Geography, because we saw that these other top performing high schools were offering it. We went to Richfield High a few years ago to see the course, to see what is it? Is this something that we need? So we look at, for example, what are we offering at our size of 800 kids? And is that something we want to offer? So we offer, this year we're offering 23. We looked at, for example, the scores for the AP government. And this year we have it's a full year course, which is different than before because the other schools offered a semester. So sometimes the comparisons that we make are more kind of like in-depth as far as what is the course offering? Also, what are the number of students taking it? You know, several years ago, we made a real push to have access. And there were people that were afraid of teachers because they're so proud of their scores. And they thought, well, you know, we don't want to necessarily open it up to everyone, but we have opened it more. You know, because the data indicates that doesn't necessarily mean the scores all go down. I mean, when you look at our scores, I look at where are the 4s and 5s, but because we're a small district, we can also look at, when we look at the 2s and the 3s, we can see the name of the kids behind it and figure out why were they a 2 or a 3. And for some of them, they're ecstatic to be a 3 because we wanted them to take the course. We wanted them. And that's why when you look at things like psych, and there's such a high number, 85 students, 85, most of them are seniors. We want them to take that course. So why it might not come across necessarily in the document, we're constantly comparing ourselves sort of with other metrics of access, number of students. The other thing is, and you'll be seeing it at budget time, is the math lab. And now we have this tier 2 intervention math lab where students can access very specific help in math, because as Ken pointed out, you know, when you look at the scores for, let's say, the SAT, and you'll see that the math is usually a little bit lower. So how can we improve that? And the devil is in the details with, we have the number of kids that go to math lab for the courses that they're going for. Because, you know, if you're in 9th grade, there are 6 different math courses that you could be enrolled in the high school. Granted, maybe 3 of them are the top courses, but there are students that are in a lot of courses. So I feel like I'm probably talking too much, but that's kind of how we look at some of this data and comparisons, where we'll say, you know, does this course reflect our mission? You know, if Darien, New Canaan, Wilton are offering this course, this is something we should consider. What are the trends across the country with offering it? And then we make decisions about that. We knew our scores would get better in AP Gov if we could offer it for the year. Bill Mader was confident, and that's in fact what happened.
No, thank you. That's helpful. It's just hard to tell from these charts, and you don't have the context, and the takeaway from it isn't just these are the test scores. The takeaway is, what are we going to do next year now that we have this information that we didn't have before? So.
But also, I think the takeaway, and Lisa, what you said was very helpful, because I think that, you know, across the country, there are cautionary tales of taking these tests out of context and just looking at them in isolation. And when we look at just the SAT and say, how's our district doing based on this SAT alone or this ACT, it's just skewed. It's completely a flawed way to look at the accomplishment of our staff and our students' abilities. Because as Lisa said, you know, the test and the number of AP courses that student took, which essentially already makes them a more attractive candidate to colleges, because, and it doesn't mean that that's only attractiveness to them, but I mean, they've challenged themselves more. So they're, you know, it's a package that looks pretty good when you look at the global picture of each student, right? So, I mean, am I misinterpreting you, Lisa? I'm just saying that the importance of looking at the whole student, not just the test scores for the district, but the college acceptance hand in hand with that, and the kinds of colleges that people are going to, that our kids are going to, that paints a very positive picture, even if the test scores are a little lower this year. Have I got that right?
Meredith, I don't know if you want to add, but remember when you said, I always remember, Meredith, there are schools that are test optional. They don't even necessarily look. Right. And Randy Green really works with those kids to be able to interview and present themselves the best way possible.
That's right.
Meredith, I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of wanted, and again, not thinking too far ahead, but for next year, for example, we're not going to have the SAT to use as a comparison. The amount of students who really did not get to take an SAT or an ACT is outstanding for the class of 2021. So I think us starting to look at other areas for what measures success and for our students is really important. Mm-hmm. You know, this class of 2021 moving up, we're going to be looking at holistically. You know, the college has already mentioned that. You know, they're looking at the student essay, looking at the resume, the things that they're involved in. So the approach is really changing on the college's end this year as well. So it's important to kind of keep that in mind as we're moving forward when we're looking at certain metrics for measuring.
Yeah, and just
Hey,
to take,
this is Ruby. You know what I don't want to do is I don't want to make excuses for a declining test scores, and while I agree with you that test scores does not define the success of a child, test scores do define Weston to a certain degree. We are put on the map by our test scores. We are recognized nationally and internationally by our test scores. Families like myself move to Weston because of test scores. So when I see 3 consecutive years of decline in SATs, and then can I hear from you, we're going to continue to watch, to me, that's not okay. Any 1 year where we have a drop in any metric, there needs to be a strategy built around that in terms of what are we going to do to reverse? What do we need to focus on? Where are the holes? Where is the breakdown? And I'm not getting that from you at all. I hear you in terms of, okay, I don't want to, we can't just solely look at the test scores, but you guys, 1260 to 1228 to 1220. Like, are we going to sit here next year and say, okay, we're going to continue to watch. Okay, then we're going to have 4 consecutive years of, and to Melissa's point, you stacked this up against other Fairfield counties. A plus B equals C, you guys. We are dropping compared to our counterparts in Durgay.
Well, I haven't seen those numbers to our counterparts in Durgay. Have we seen I haven't seen those numbers. Were they in that report?
so let me just back up a little bit. You know, in terms of the SAT results, we don't have results for the school day SAT for this past year. Now, for this class, we certainly can get, share those school day SAT results from their junior year. We can get that to you. But when you look at the class of 19 results and the class of 2020 results here, there is not a statistical difference between those 2 years. So to say that there's 3 years of declining test scores is inaccurate. There is a difference, obviously, between 2018 and 2019 and 20. But you also have to look at that in the context of multiple measures, because when we look at ACT, we're seeing more and more students gravitate towards the ACT and taking those, and those results, continue to have this high trend. So we don't have this comparison with other, area districts other than the school day SAT.
I want to go back to Tony's comment, because I think, it holds a lot of weight in terms of what metrics have we put in place to truly measure the outcomes of every teacher, of every person in this district, because that's the way we need to start thinking now. I think we all need to hear, how are we holding everyone accountable?
I mean, Ruby,
I think that, just 1 second, Lisa,
Yes, sure.
I think that there's a couple of things here, just going off of Ruby's comments as well, is that, we're looking at high school, kind of later years in high school test scores, right? There is an evolution of test scores starting from very young ages, right? That lead up to ultimately how students are performing on these tests, I guess, in the later years in high school. And I guess the question is more about, are there indications from some of the early test scores of things that you have to get in front of to ultimately do better, when you're in the, final couple of years in high school, which I don't know, are probably some more important kind of early indicators of things that you might want to do differently or focus on. I think by the time you get here, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, Ruby, how, and this is to the experts, I don't know how you actually change things here in this particular grade in this particular year. Isn't it something that you really have to indicate early on whether you have a problem that's going to result in some test score way in the future that's going to be below par as you want to measure it?
Tony, I'm referring to that accountability happening from K through 12. I'm not stating it to be in 12th grade.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point. I think that's where we kind of go back to, what are the things important to track so that if they're falling off early on, that these are the important things to get back on track because they do have big implications later on. I'll leave this up to the experts.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? The only premise or assumption that we're making though is that the SAT standardized test is the proxy for how smart our children are. Now, I know that sounds totally odd to be pushing back on that, but test taking for any student at any age is a challenge for some and not for others. And the SAT alone is not the way to measure whether we are successful or not successful as a school. It is one measure. And I really caution the sort of let's change all that we're doing in order to get higher SAT scores. I mean, I think there's some accountability. And I think that Lisa and her team, and you can answer this for me, Lisa, are surely saying, okay, you know what? Let's shoot for a target that's higher than this next year. And let's support the kids in SAT writing skills, because a lot of it comes down to that, about test writing skills, practice. It's not necessarily about what happened in 6th grade when you're learning math. It isn't, it's test taking. So I really want to emphasize that there's a big piece of this that is about how you take the test, how you prep for the test, how you feel during the test, etc. And I don't want to understate the importance of the SAT, but I also don't want to overstate it.
Right, but Taffy, by
Can I just jump in quickly? It's Bill here, because we didn't do the gauging progress report. Typically, every year you've had in October, the gauging progress report that answers Tony's question that flows then into the statistical report. And several years ago, we separated those for the developmental reason that Tony's raising, to say, how are we doing on all those various assessments that move all the way through the progression year? Because about 95% of the students who come in end up in 11 years here, basically. So it's critical. And in that process, and it's been in the budget process, we have flagged deficiencies. We flagged a deficiency, and Patty can speak to that, at things that WISH she flagged and was very concerned about, data-driven. Dan Doak flagged things, very concerned about data-driven. And within limited budgets, we brought interventions knowing from an expert standpoint that this stuff will build up to then affect outcomes later. But the other thing, and I would endorse here, sophisticated schools have multiple indicators and multiple measures. I'm going to be blunt. Sophisticated schools have multiple indicators and multiple measures. And indeed, a lot of elite colleges now are backing down on the SAT. Some of that's driven by COVID-19. Some of it is that COVID-19 has enabled a conversation that should have happened, that, again, the sophisticated places, statistically speaking, are saying we need multiple indicators. And you can go look at the best. University of Chicago, all the rest are pulling way back on the use of SATs to go to the multiple measures. Let me just do a screen share quickly, because Lisa's goals speak exactly to what you'd be concerned about as a board. If you're seeing now on the screen, I know some of you aren't seeing, are you seeing academic excellence gauging progress? Are you seeing that?
Yep.
Yes, yes, no?
Yes.
I need a response. Are you seeing this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So this is Lisa and her team's work. But you see on here, alignment of departmental and individual teacher goals regarding measurable student outcomes and action steps. You also see in here the word differentiation. So you saw this about, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, board. You're about to get revised versions, but I hope this assures you, I'll stop the screen share now, that one of the two big goal areas are, in a sense, building towards exactly what you're concerned about. But again, I'll be direct. If you peg it just to the SAT, that is not lining up with the most sophisticated educational groups around. You care about data, but you care about multiple inputs of data from K all the way up through 12.
Yes.
Listen,
I
so then we have to.
Gina has a comment, question.
Yeah, I think it's critically important that, yes, test scores matter, but the whole child matters. And I think that one big thing that this SAT thing needs a little bit of an asterisk, because the fact of the matter is, I think a lot of our high school students are prepping for the ACT test, and then they're just taking the SAT for the school day. So I don't know that you're getting the accurate reflection of what somebody would get if they prep for the SAT. You also have a number of our high school students, because it's a small percentage, but there are some colleges that you have to report any standardized test that you take. They drop their score, and that tends to be our higher performing students. So that matrix is a flawed matrix, in my opinion, for us to even be using, because of the variables going into that score. It's not a clean score the way the ACT, those are students who chose to take the ACT exam and prep for the ACT exam. The SAT number is not that number. And I will say, Randy Green has done a phenomenal job of really encouraging people to broaden their search for colleges and looking at the number of colleges that do not require standardized tests, even going back before the COVID impacted that. So I think that, yes, we should be looking anytime we have a matrix that drops and it's something that we use, we want to make sure we understand what's going on and evaluate if we need to make a difference. But I, for one, would not want us to be hung up on the on the SAT score. There are plenty of other things we can get hung up on. That one, there's a lot of flaws in that number because of the way it compiles data for basically kids who don't necessarily prep for a test.
Gina, I think, did you want to go ahead, Lisa?
No, go ahead. Well,
I just
go ahead,
wanted
Melissa.
No, I just feel like, I think just to acknowledge Gina and Taffy's points, I think are important, but those are points that apply equally across Fairfield County and across the years that we've had here in Weston. So I think what we just want to keep an eye on are the trends, because I think that's what's most concerning, right? And that's where we want to.
You need also take into consideration whether or not schools are teaching to a test versus are they really prepping their students for success once they get out of the school. And that's where you look at that chart, which I really think it needs to go to the front of the report, to the success rate of our kids graduating from college in 6 years. Like, that's the story.
Yeah.
If I could, kind of getting away from the whole idea of the standardized test scores, and to Ruby's point, it's about how to hold people accountable, and the through line of the accountability that has to get right to the classroom with the teacher and the students, to provide the teacher with the professional development and the skills, and then also to have the teacher be held accountable to create a quantitative professional focus or student learning objective that will indicate the growth of perhaps a subgroup of students within their discipline, I think is important. I look at the math scores, just putting out math from SAT and ACT, and it's one metric. And like everyone's been saying, that you can look at it differently. Some kids don't take the SAT, some kids take ACT. But when you do look at it, it's all about continuous improvement. And so if you see a dip or you see something like that, what that means to me is that when I'm working with the math department or Julie and Matt is, and we talk about it, that we need to make sure that in math or, for example, in science, that what is the specific goal that that teacher has in that classroom. And by the specific goal, it would be something like, you know, I don't worry about the AB or the BC Calc kids or the AP Stat kids. I worry about the pre-calc kids. I worry about the kids that are in Algebra 2. I worry about how, when we look at those sections, do we have a good ratio of teacher to student? Is the section providing the opportunity the teacher can really work with the student? What is the teacher's goal as far as accountability with what technological strategy the teacher is going to be using, whether it's UTexas or whatever, and what are the results of that goal with a subgroup in that course to make sure that there has to be appropriate growth. And so I guess I would say that, yes, I mean, we are relentless in our expectation that there has to be student growth. And, you know, you can set high, lofty goals, but unless it's right in the classroom, and our teachers will look at the data of saying, these kids are on the cusp, how can we move them up? And that's what we have to focus on. How can we improve them, not only in the classroom when they're taking Algebra 2, but when then they sit for the SAT and that they're prepared to answer, even if it's only questions on the Algebra 2, that they can do those 8 questions. So it does take place, and it turns into budgetary items like we need more time for the math lab. You know, we've had a great start to that math lab, and being able to provide much more targeted interventions specifically with students, regular ed students that just need extra support, along with the 504s and special ed students. I think that that is going to make a difference in those scores. I mean, we do take them seriously, and we take the academic performance and the growth that we want to see seriously.
Thanks, Lisa. You know, I wish we didn't have so many meaty topics in one night, but unfortunately we do. So, I mean, if there's another question, but we really do need to move on to the other agenda items.
Yeah, you know what, Tony, these are the conversations that shape Weston. And it's unfortunate that we have to cut these conversations short. I think that going forward, we just need to understand in a lot appropriate time. And if we need to move something to another month, we do it. But I don't want to cut conversations short just because we have too many things on the agenda. Like, again, all of these perspectives are great and rich perspectives that are going to take us, you know, for the next 10 years. I just don't want to cut that short because of time limit.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine to keep going. I mean, I'm, you know, so if there's more questions, I can stay all night. So
Suggestion?
Fire away.
The other place to talk about this is in curriculum. And the committee's happy to continue this discussion there. And those meetings are also public meetings. So that's an option. I just throw that out there.
And if I could endorse that, because the strength of Weston and the board are the committees, and the public watching should know that the board meets several times a month and at least twice a month on this exact topic. So I think Taffy, as chair of that committee, working with Ken, Lisa, Meredith, you can plan out a very sustained conversation on this very issue. And I would venture it ties right into the work on diversity, equity, inclusion quite substantially, and the review that's going to be going on there. So I endorse heavily that these meetings are not designed to be one stop. It's designed to be a point in time and to work on these issues over the multiple committees. And
well, I appreciate Ruby's comments and your candid concerns, Ruby. I completely appreciate them. And I think we could set up a couple hours at least to talk about it. So
well, this isn't even a matter of a couple of hours. This is, at the end of the day, ultimately what Ruby's getting at and what we've got, where our discussion led to when we talked about district goals is ultimately what are the relevant success metrics that we should be looking at along with each one of the goals. And I think that we all, no one number defines everything, right? But there are metrics that we should actually be looking to as proxies for our goals and whether we've met them or not. And I think that's something that, has to, in our goals document, it has to basically be articulated. And we have to continue that discussion, both in the forum where we're talking about goals as well as curriculum committee. This is not, this is not a 2-hour discussion. This is the way it ultimately forms the backbone of how you basically run the district and how you evaluate whether you've basically have succeeded in the goals that you've set up. So, I'm more than happy to sit here and, have questions, but I think that this is this is fundamental, and this has to, and this is work that we need to do. It's got to, it's continuous, so if there's other questions, I'm more than happy to stay on this topic for as long as people would like, or we can move on to the next topic, understanding that this is not the end of it.
We can certainly move on. I just wanted to make that statement and put it out there because it's such rich dialogue, right? And I do think that Weston's got a lot of opportunity in this area, not only outcome wise, but reporting wise and seeing where there's opportunity, and then also holding people accountable. So again, we can certainly move on, but obviously conversation's not over.
No, of course not. This is fundamental, right? This is kind of what this ultimately is what we're all here for. All right, let's move on to the schooling scenarios update, Bill.
Sure, and Meredith and others, Starzik, thank you very much. If you want to stay on this, but I know you've got long days before and after this, so feel free to move on. And thank you, Meredith, for your incredible leadership, because the success of this town at having students get out of college is unparalleled. That is an outcome that we are setting the pace on. So, and Meredith, your leadership on that's been essential. So thank you. Let me transition into the schooling scenario work. This itself could be quite a big conversation. Cabinets talked a little bit with Tony and Melissa today in the weekly chair meeting. We're going to do 3 parts to this. I'm going to be very brief on the health and safety part, and also what led to the move Thursday to announce we were shifting as of today into hybrid full day. I'm going to hit some very specific factual points on that. Then I know that Ken and Dan, to try and give Laura and Patty a bit of a break, though they're here and it's getting really late in the night for them, that are going to speak a bit to how we're managing going into issues of hybrid full day, some of the challenges we had today, just so the board's very clear on that, but also speak a bit to issues of staffing, which are now vexing the entire region. And I can update you on that in terms of enough staff to run the buildings all around us that is now before us, which I can speak to in some specific terms. But then lastly, to be hopeful, third part is that the team is enthusiastic about the shift to hybrid full day K-5. And then we can get that pace back up. We think this is a way to maximize health with academic growth and the social emotional. So in what's a very tenuous, difficult time of high anxiety, we want to end on a positive note. So here is the basics. On Wednesday, last Wednesday, had a meeting with Laura Marks and Mark Cooper, where they said, Bill, we're about to see quite a big jump in the infection rate. And I can put a chart up on the screen if you want. A picture's worth 1,000 words. I will try and do it. It's going to be a little hard to see, but you're still going to get the idea. If you're seeing a chart with numbers, but at the bottom, 2 lines, the steepness of that curve is what you need to focus on. We've seen more than a tripling of the key infection rate over the last couple of weeks. That's the number of COVID-19 positive across 100,000. This is lagging data, so what you see here is already a week old. We knew Wednesday we were likely to see a big jump for Fairfield County up over 35. We now are starting to track the individual Weston data, which you're really not supposed to do because the number's small, but the trend data is highly instructive. You can see that curve is just as steep. And it was clear Wednesday we were facing a very, very critical issue in terms of the range and level of infection. We also knew Wednesday going into Thursday that we already had 2 cases of within school spread, WIS, but also on a bus. Fellow superintendents plus Mark and Laura said, if you're starting to see in-school spread, given the larger community spread, you need to think about, are all of your mitigating strategies as effective as they can be? And to put it very simply, we said there are basically 6 indicators we need to worry about, mitigating factors. Cloth masks, are we strong on those? We're largely showing we are pretty good, though there is some concern in various recesses and all the rest. Are we on it? But we're doing very well there. Second, and you may have seen in the Wall Street Journal, elsewhere, something out of the Cleveland Clinic is catching attention now. As you know, the Cleveland Clinic is internationally known, but they put something out called the Swiss cheese model of COVID-19 mitigation in schools. And they basically say there's 6 mitigating factors you need to have in place strongly to keep students in school, at least hybrid. In school doesn't mean necessarily all in, but at least hybrid. But one is cloth masks. Second is social distancing of at least 6 feet. Third is reduced occupancy, meaning we get the density down. Fifth is hand washing. And 6th is cleaning and disinfecting. We had all of those until we took the shot. We pulled back on the social distancing and the density went up with the full return K-5. So given that big uptick in the community spread, given evidence of a tracking similar, just, almost straight north trend, plus the start of in-school spread at the K-5 level, both of those were happening at the K-5 level. It said, I pulled Thursday, pulled the principals together, cabinet together to say, here's what Mark Cooper and Laura are recommending. How soon can we do this? They're advising early this coming week, don't let it drag out. So it was clear Thursday we had to do that. I advised Tony. Tony said, it's your decision, but you need to give people as much advance warning as possible. So that's why we announced it late Thursday. Late Friday and over the weekend, most districts in this region announced major changes in their schooling scenarios. A number swung back to hybrid at their older student level. A number have gone into voluntary distance learning through the end of the month. That includes Westport. Today, an elementary school in Wilton has now gone into temporary remote mode until the end of November. All of this driven by this large community upswing in an attempt to say, how do we keep our schools safe and healthy, and all of them facing staffing issues. We know right now we have about 150 students quarantining. We have just today about 12 positive cases. We've learned of more. We had to today, for just tomorrow, put WIS into temporary remote mode to allow for the necessary contact tracing, because if you have a student who's been in the building, even though 3rd grade, as we made clear, there could have been other exposures, so we have to track that. So we said we want in school. That for us is hybrid now. That's our best shot at it. That's the medical advice, the public health advice, looking regionally. So that's why we made that move and tried to get the word out as much as possible. Final thing here to be thinking about is our staff are highly stressed. Our staff are in places of high anxiety. That's understandable. That's normal. But again, look around the region at the number of schools now having to go into temporary remote. I'll repeat, Westport, Wilton, Monroe, Shelton. There's really only very few that have avoided some significant shift. Our goal is to make hybrid work and make it work on our 3 broad indicators, being healthy, academic growth, and the social emotional. What I'd like to do now is turn it over to Ken and Dan to speak a little bit. We want the board to fully understand, and through you, the community, some of these challenges we're facing and really trying to make the hybrid full day work. And again, we're going to get there because we're going to end on a hopeful note on what we really see the hybrid full day being. So I know Dan and Ken, if you could pick it up from here, let us get through these 3 parts and we can open it up for discussion.
Thanks, Bill. From a staffing standpoint, every day, we check to see, who's out and, what are the pressure points within the district. And we, are certainly, very creative when need be within a building to redeploy a support staff member to a particular classroom to make sure that we have coverage, or even an administrator at times, has done some coverage. So, we, by moving from the full in at the K-5 level to the hybrid, that helps in trying to maintain enough staffing to keep school running on a daily basis. But every day we look at those numbers, who's on quarantine, which teachers remoting in from home because they're on quarantine. And we obviously need a substitute when that happens within the classroom for students to be able to be to continue to be in person, which is what we want to do first and foremost. The hybrid will give us more of an opportunity to do that, hopefully longer term, but obviously the rising numbers can affect that as well. When we there are at times strategy we'll use where if a teacher is remoting into the class because they're on quarantine and we don't have enough subs or coverage to go around, we may make decisions that a class will be on remote with their teacher because we just don't have enough staff to go around. Now that doesn't mean we don't have substitutes. We have substitutes, but the quantity needed, like today, I think we had a number of upwards close to 20 staff members out in a particular building. I think at the WIS, I think it was at least 17 or so. I see Patty shaking her head. She probably has the exact number, but when you have to redeploy or find subs for that number of students, no pool of subs, even though we have building subs and we have, creative ways of addressing these things. But it was becoming, we're at a really a pressure point too, when you look at the full in, and at the K-5 level, we know that classroom teacher, they're with the students for the whole day. So when they're not in because let's say they're getting a COVID test and waiting results, or on quarantine, and we're trying to patch things together. We're really working at that, doing the best we can, and hybrid's going to hopefully help us now, with that. But there could come a point where, a class or a building, like obviously tomorrow with the contact tracing at WIS will be on remote tomorrow. But there's a technology piece that factors in as well when we have teachers who we're covering for, and Dan can speak to that because there's knowing how to use the technology, having enough technology, those are factors that contribute as well. So Dan.
Sure. So I wanted to give everybody a brief overview so everyone understands that there are a lot of moving parts when you're working with subs or people covering other classes. The first thing that has to be done is, we use Zoom and we try to keep the link the same for the students. So what has to happen is the teacher who is calling out sick has to give the substitutes or the person covering what's called alternate host rights. So they can start a meeting on behalf of the person who originally created the meeting. The second step is the teacher then has to give the substitute or the person who is covering access to either their Google Classroom, to their Seesaw Classroom, or to their Canvas Classroom. So the students don't have to use new links. They don't have to access a completely different Google Classroom. We try to keep it as uniform as possible. What we do in the event of substitutes is we were able to scrap together several laptops per building, and we've designated those substitute laptops. So the procedure is, in the morning, the substitute comes in, they find out what class they're covering, they're given a laptop, they're given an account, they then have to go into the room, they have to connect to the replicator, they have to start the Zoom meeting on behalf of the person, and they also have to have access to that person's online platform, like I said, whether it's Seesaw or Classroom or Google Classroom or Canvas. A lot of times, we do not have access to train the substitutes beforehand on how to utilize the district technology. So they're given a laptop. Again, the laptops are scrapped together, so they're not in the best shape. So inevitably in the morning, there are going to be technical issues. Above that, it happened today at one of the buildings. If we have 3 substitute laptops in a building, we only have 3 substitute laptops in a building, but if a building has 6 subs that day, what do we do with the other 3 subs? How do we get the technology available? How do we get them up and running? Now that we're not back in the hybrid model, we have more people who are zooming in. There's going to be technical issues, and in turn, more stress, anxiety for both the students in the class, for the person who's subbing for the teacher, as well as the students who are home, because 20 minutes lost while we're trying to work out the technical issues is a big deal, and it can be very upsetting for all parties involved. So we're trying to make things as smooth as possible. However, at the same time, if I'm down a tech in one of the buildings, now that whole building has to suffer, because it's very difficult for me to pull techs from another building to bring them to another building. So there's a lot of moving parts to try to get a substitute subs ready, set, and moving with Zoom, stressing the importance of technology. But again, if we don't have enough technology to cover all of the subs that are in a building, we're in a quandary with, well, then what do we do at this point in time? And we have to troubleshoot on the fly at times. So I just wanted everyone to kind of see there's a lot of stuff that has to happen from a technology perspective before we can even get the sub ready to take over the class. And then if we're talking about having, let's say, a para is covering a class, for instance, the paras have Chromebooks. Chromebooks are different than laptops. They don't run Zoom as a host that well. They don't connect to the smartboard to make it touch. So then again, that's another issue. So a lot of times my building techs every morning, they now know they have to follow up. They have to check with the subs, who the subs are. They have to go to the rooms. They have to see if the subs are okay. And they have to support the subs. Again, because the subs, this may be their first time showing up in the building. They don't understand our technology. So we can give them the best instructions on earth, but until they're actually doing it, there's going to be a lag time. So it can be troublesome at times. And the more substitutes we need, the more staff members we have out, the more difficult that is for us to contain those issues.
So, Dan, and Bill, if I was to really simplify this, what you're saying is that if we want to keep the lower school in as much as possible, we are going to have to live with a lot, all of these issues that come up day to day, whether it's going to be quarantine students, quarantine staff, technology complications, because it's really complicated. But if our goal is to keep the lower schools as much in as possible, the trade-off is that we're going to have these issues where we'll have a class out or a building out temporarily, simply because of the fact that there's so many factors that go into this. So if you want to keep the students in longer, the trade-off is that we're going to have to live with some of this volatility day in and day out, because of the fact that there's so many complicated factors. It's not only student related, it's staff related and technology related.
Right. And yeah, and I know if I'm a parent, I'm incredibly frustrated. If I'm a WIS parent or a Hurlbut parent, and I particularly WIS had to go into temporary remote tomorrow, I'm going to be incredibly frustrated. We all feel that. We know that. We are working we all know this, we're working in a pandemic with community spread going way up. Our positivity rate is up north of 6, headed to 7. We know we can exist with some amount of in-person schooling, but we've got to have those 6 mitigating strategies and factors. And in this case, we have a 3rd grader who may have been in other parts of the building. We have staff who are nervous. We have to fully understand the range of that exposure. So in this framework that we now have, the guidance we follow, public health and medical, we've got to be conservative. So that's why when we learn at 5:30 at night that we've got this, We need to put the building into temporary remote to figure out who may have had exposure and to allow that family that safety to know you've been exposed, need to quarantine. When this all settles down, it will. I'm incredibly optimistic. We now have 2 vaccines going down the path that seem encouraging, but we know it's not till late in the spring, ideally, from what all we're hearing. So I'm getting optimistic for next year. I'm an optimistic guy. And we may look back on this in a year or so, 2 years, to say we over quarantined or we reached too far. But right now, we have to follow the guidance we have, which is if you're exposed, you stay home for the 14 days. And then to figure out who's been exposed, that means we go into the quarantining. The other thing that's happening, again, Westport Middle School and high school now they're not in person until the 30th of November at the earliest. Wilton has just had to put an elementary school not in person till the end of the month. We are trying to avoid that extent. But you can also see one reason those districts have done that is to say all those technology issues, which they too face as well, that a way around that is to go into that more extended temporary remote. We're trying not to go there if we can avoid it at this point. I may want us to shift a bit to our, because this is a hybrid approach that's not going to be like the previous hybrid approach. And Patty and Laura might be able to speak to that a bit. We had posted for the board and the community in one place the summary documents that went out. I don't know if right now quickly, we just want to hit a few of the highlights of what we intend to do with the hybrid full return, just so that we've got some positive sense here, because we do view this hybrid full return as, if you will, version 2 compared to where we were earlier in the school year.
So I can start from the Hurlbut perspective, and everything that's been said so far from Bill and Dan and Ken, very helpful. They really did frame what's going on in the buildings in terms of making sure that we have classrooms covered, making sure they have the technology. It really is tricky to make sure that we are well covered. And we watch this, the night before, over the weekend, making sure that we will be able to open safely and to have enough staff to cover the classrooms. The technology was a little tricky this morning. We had some staff who were covering classes that hadn't used certain technology. We did run out of our sub laptops. We have 3 assigned to our building. We were using Chromebooks. Some of the connections didn't work right away. So it did take a little while. And I will say most of our families are very understanding. I do hear the frustration from some families. I get it. It's just the reality of what we're doing right now. We really are dealing with a multitude of factors. On top of that, we had some issues with our single sign-on. That wasn't just our building. That was, I think, the products problem. Our single sign-on wasn't working, so that just put another little hiccup in it. And when you have staff who are not necessarily, while we train them ahead of time in preparation for the fact that they may be stepping in and covering until you actually do it, as Dan said, it really is, they have to learn while they're doing it. And when something doesn't quite go the way we train them, sometimes there's a workaround, but they may not know the workaround. So we have to get around to them and kind of help them through that, which takes some time. That being said, we are excited about the hybrid model. It certainly is an evolution from where we have been. When I think back to the spring where we were with our emergency closing, and we were primarily asynchronous with some small group check-ins with the teacher, we are now Zooming in our hybrid students full day. We are in a full day hybrid, which is, a step beyond what we had in the beginning of the year when we had our early dismissal. So our students are learning with us for the full day, either in person, or if they are on their home cohort, they are Zooming in. A lot of the feedback from the spring was that families wanted more synchronous learning to help keep the students engaged, connected to the classroom, that live teaching feature, which we are now doing. We've learned quite a bit. Our VDL students have been doing that since the beginning of the year, and there are a lot of lessons learned with that group. They've been live streaming all day for a while now. So we took the best of what we learned from that and applied it to the cohorts, which are learning at home now every other day. We also are very conscious of the concerns about screen time for our youngest learners. We do have a nice balance of live streaming versus asynchronous off-screen work throughout the day. So our students are with us for the mini lessons that really concise, powerful teaching point and the instruction from the teacher. And then our students who are at home will be learning asynchronously. Then they're back on for special area classes and the beginning of the content areas with the teacher, as well as the morning meetings, which builds our class community and helps our students really stay connected to their peers in school. Our teachers are, again, taking advantage of the opportunity with the small groups of the in-person students. We really do get a lot of quality instructional time while those students are with us in person with the smaller groups. And our teachers are able to check in and work with each and every student during those content areas, while also making sure that our students at home are learning as well. So I will pause there and let Patty add on to that, and then happy to take some questions.
We all, Patty, after you're done, Tracy has some important updates for the board regarding special education in the K-5 level. So maybe after Patty, then we're ready to certainly respond to any range of questions.
Sure. Good evening. I feel like Laura has said really most of what I was going to say. You know, I feel the frustration the parents have sometimes with our having to like go out tomorrow on temporary remote learning, but we just really take the health and safety of all of our students and our staffs really seriously. So we really have to do that contact tracing and make sure that we really make sure that anyone who's been in touch with a student who's tested positive knows about it. But our parents, I really say thank you to all of our parents. Most of them are so supportive and understanding. Today we did experience some technology glitches along the way. I think part of it was Weston was a good chunk of Weston was out of power. So that didn't help. But I mean, the kids they were looking for hotspots around their houses as much as they could to really be able to log on. And it's really been a pleasure. You know, now that we're doing hybrid or synchronous live teaching and learning all day long, it's a very different way of having school than we've done in the past, even in the beginning of the school year versus even from the spring. And when I've been in classrooms today, you can see them up on the screen. You can hear that teachers have come up with different ways of making sure that they can get their attention. Sometimes you hear little, like little voices saying, Mrs. Ballsy or it's done. And so they're really very actively engaged, whether they're in the classroom or on the screen, it's so nice. So that the learning is ongoing. Which is what we had really hoped to do. Our teachers are using that time on Wednesday afternoons to really get together and share best practices and continually strive to get better. And that's what we want to keep doing. So I think we're on a good roll. It's nice to have the smaller class sizes. Notice that today, big change. So that's where we are with hybrid.
And I think continuing on that theme from a special education standpoint, we are trying to be creative and flexible in our approach to instruction. And, obviously Hess and Wiss had been full in. As soon as we made the shift to hybrid, I had multiple phone calls within, I think, an hour of making that decision from building administrators and special education teachers, sort of saying, what can we do to maintain that for our special education students K-5? Meaning, is there a way that we can provide our most vulnerable learners in a lot of ways an opportunity to continue to come in every day, even within the hybrid model? So there were a series of meetings that happened on Friday. We did not want to roll out an announcement late Friday night. I actually just sent out a communication to the buildings today and also to the families of our special education students at Hess and Wiss, explaining that they have an option of, on a voluntary basis, sending their identified special education student to school on a daily basis. Couple of things I want to explain there. One is it needs to be voluntary. It is voluntary. The primary reason for that is it's going to be obvious in some cases who those students are who are attending every day. And we have an obligation to maintain confidentiality. I want to be transparent with families that we can't possibly do that in the same way we normally do within this format. So that's why we're leaving it really up to families. You know, there might be students asking questions about why students are in on different days. So I wanted to be upfront about that. We are asking those families to notify us either way. So whether they are participating in hybrid or whether they are going to participate in coming to school every day by Wednesday at noon. The reason for that timing is that it provides the teachers with the opportunity to capitalize on that Wednesday afternoon PD day to make any adjustments to their plans for students who will be learning in person or at home. I do want to point out that there was careful work that happened at the building level because, you know, one of the primary reasons we're shifting to hybrid is we are trying to maximize all of those mitigating factors. We looked closely at class size and, you know, sort of assumed, well, what would happen if all of the identified special education students in these particular classes elected to come to school every day? What would class sizes look like? How spread apart would the desks be? And we're still able to optimize those mitigating measures even within this model. I will just say, and I know we're really focused on Hess and WIS, we are, you know, making more individualized plans for students at the middle school and high school who might be struggling within the hybrid model. It's not the same format as it is for K-5. Again, the rationale being these are our youngest learners. Early intervention is extremely critical. We have a lot of students who aren't even, you know, readers yet, and their ability to be independent is minimized given that. So that's where we are from a special education standpoint. Again, a pretty significant shift at the K-5 level.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? No. Bill, the one thing I have a question about, maybe you're going to get to this, but how are we looking from here on out in terms of just triggers from here? Just so everyone is kind of on the same page as in terms of the thought process going on with you and the administration around kind of looking forward and seeing, you know, what potentially could be the things that will trigger going from here to a place where we're going to be all in remote learning, let's say, or temporary remote learning.
Yeah, I think, again, we're a good friend who's a clinical psychologist said, hey, Bill, try and remember everybody's anxious.
Yeah.
And if you can try and remember that, you can come with some patience and tolerance.
Mhm.
And all of us are living through something. We did not want to be back in such an intense situation with the community spread. Schools have done a great job. The European examples I gave, still they would use hybrid. They have some amount of in-person, but that sense of full in. And if I created an expectation in Weston that we'd be full in throughout, I apologize for that. But we are working really hard for maintaining in-person. And now here's a hopeful point. Hybrid full day pivots much better to when we do have to go into temporary remote than the other approaches if we can't be full in. So as we get into the next couple of days, the Hurlbut staff, the WIS staff get up to speed with the return, the hybrid full day. as we can try and do better, as we have sub levels. But we're going to look at that. We don't want to be in temporary remote, but that struggle that we laid out, in my view, in laying out these three parts, was hit the health and safety piece, hit the struggle we have, but hit some hope on where we want to be, but be very open about the struggle, because that explains why so many around us are shifting into temporary remote. As a great superintendent not far from us said, the best way right now I can guarantee quality learning is my whole building's in temporary remote. I don't think we're quite there in Weston yet, because we still want to get some amount of in-person. But if we struggle so much at those staffing issues, and the staffing issues are because members of families are quarantining, so that staff member has to pay attention, or then the staff member's been exposed, so they need to quarantine. So the staff struggle is not due to any staff member doing something wrong or not being there. It's just this, we're in this situation of rapidly escalating community spread. And so that is having this effect. So the specific triggers want to hold on to hybrid full day. If we have to shift to temporary remote, that's a much easier shift, same schedule for families. And then it's really going to be a staffing issue. We're confident that the hybrid will work on those 6 mitigating strategies and factors. When we find the infection within, we can contain it. Again, it's through quarantining. We're following the guidance we have to on that, but we can then come back to that hybrid full day. But if the staffing level is such that we struggle so much to provide that quality teacher for the student, that may lead us to have to say we do need to think about a longer remote phase. But my sense is we can start to give more than a couple days advance warning on that. If it starts to build up such that we have to say, this is what's facing us. We would try not to have it district-wide. Again, as we look around us, and it does help to look around, as we look around us, it's not district-wide. It is in a few cases, but others, they've had a building go longer-term temporary remote, but not that entire district. So you really try and maintain as much in person as possible. Giving a very specific answer right now is impossible. Giving some themes and some guiding ideas is what we can do. So I don't know if that's helpful, Tony, but that's sort of, I'm trying to be helpful as I can in what is a very complex, unpredictable area, excuse me.
Questions for the board?
I would just add that while I appreciate all of the factors that you took into consideration, for us moving from full day to hybrid, I think families found it very abrupt, especially considering that there wasn't anything substantial or catastrophic happening in Weston per se. And I know that it affected a lot of working families. So might I suggest, I know we'll probably be living with a hybrid and knock on wood, maybe remote, hopefully not fully remote, through the balance of possibly December, just given the holidays. But I think we need to start conversations early on what does the next phase look like, and give families ample amount of time to transition and to prepare. Versus, making these kind of weekly strategy shifts, because I know that working families felt it very hard this past weekend.
Ruby, I know we understand that, and that's why we moved Thursday to get the news out. We didn't wait till Friday or the weekend. A number of the districts around us, for whatever reason, had to go later in that turnaround time. So I totally hear what you're saying. And again, for families, hybrid, full day can shift scheduling wise better into the temporary remote. If we have to start building towards temporary remote, if some of these things you're hearing about the struggle in the middle part of this 3-part update, if those are really starting to dominate, we're going to try and get the warning out and say, this is where we may have to head. But again, trying to bring people back in as much as possible.
I think, Bill, I think it may be wise to, and we can do it here at this meeting, but maybe even to put it in writing now,
for families, to Ruby's point, for families to make preparations now. Not saying we are going to full remote, but be ready. And that's something that I think families should be doing anyway. I mean, the writing is on the wall. We are not going full remote unless we have to. And I'm glad that the kids are still in school. I really am. That said, every family should be already making preparations right now for, the childcare they might need. They just have to be making preparations for a quick turnaround, because I know these decisions happen quickly. So I just maybe even a memo saying, I'm asking, families to prepare now. We hope we don't have to go there, but please make your preparations now.
Mhm.
Does that send the,
I think
the right message?
If the board, yeah, from the administration standpoint, yes. Because we can be very clear, very short, very to the point that our aim is to keep students in school hybrid as much as we can. If we have to go into temporary remote, do that as briefly as we have to, but witness what we've had to do several times over the last several weeks, what we have to do tomorrow at WIS. And again, what's going on all around us is please be ready, because none of us want to be in a pandemic with escalating infection rates across the community again, but that's where we are. We have 6 proven ways to contain it. A critical reason to get the hybrid was lighten that density, lessen that density, and get that social distancing back. And then, but be ready. And I think it's very well said, Taffy. And we can, tomorrow, I can have a note out, very short, to the point, make it clear that's not what we want, but please be ready. And have your plans in place.
Yeah,
in the event that it may be a quick turnaround, maybe a quick decision,
And I guess I completely understand the concerns, but we are operating in a situation that is a health and medical challenge. And when we start to get indicators, knowing we're going to get that leap in community spread tripled in 2 weeks. And we also know that the Western rate was moving up at that rate. And when we started to see within school spread in the elementary levels, in the classroom and on the bus, that started to say to us, we've got to get extra cautious fast, because this thing moves really, really fast. And that's where we said we just have to maintain some amount of in-person. We had to move quickly. And so that's where we gave the 3-day warning, the Thursday ahead of Monday, and now could do a warning to say the next shift might have to be like WIS, 5 o'clock at night. We're in a warning for the next day. That we hope will be just a day, but to say be ready if it has to be longer. Because these things, if you start getting infection rates that are moving across, and or it's affecting that you just don't have staff coming in, 17 staff out today at WIS. And that's not staff doing the wrong thing. And if you start to then look elementary school near us, this is what led Wilton, 80 staff, so you start to see the numbers building up. And that's where it has to be quick and move, because we can't have students in the building unless you got the quality staff.
Taffy, do you think that it's really required? I find it very hard to believe that families don't understand that things, we may be going to temporary remote just given the situation around us. I think that they would like as much lead time as possible, right? Which I get, and I'm assuming that we are trying to give parents as much lead time as possible before we do that. But I have to think that anyone who's has their eyes open, is seeing what's going on around us, and understands that they may be a shift, and that shift may come quickly, although we want to give them as much time as possible. I don't know if sending a note out is going to serve the purpose of even alarming people much more on the fact that maybe reading into that, they'll think that we've already made that decision and we're going remote. I think the point is, people should be ready, love to give as much warning as possible. It only makes sense, but sometimes this might happen quicker than people would like.
Yeah,
Right.
I totally agree. I think I absolutely 100% agree, Tony. I don't want to alarm people by saying, everyone get ready. It might be coming. Like, you don't want to alarm everyone. But at the same time, it may be just worth it in the long run to acknowledge that these quick shifts, these quick pivots are hard on families. We know this recent one was not simple. We ask you to bear with us and to prepare for the hopefully unlikely eventuality that we have to go full remote. But we hope that you've got all your ducks in a row. Like I don't, and we don't have to do it. I'm suggesting that it will soften the blow for families. And I agree with you. Families should already be thinking this and should be having preparations made, but you can't necessarily give people 2 weeks notice. I think that's absurd. I think that we can't say, okay, in 2 weeks, we're going to go full remote because we're in crisis now. Like if we're in crisis now, we're going full remote immediately. So that's where I think it's worth just, giving the heads up that when decisions are made, they have to be made quickly. So please, consider that.
I think also that we need to, and what I'm saying is that there needs to be more time built in, is also from the standpoint of the children. Like these kids are crying. Laura, you know that you tell a kindergartner and a first grade they're not going to school every single day anymore. They are on the floor in tears. Patty, it's your world too, in WIS as well. Fifth graders are in tears that they're not going to see a friend that they just made from the gold cohort. So it's already a very stressful time for these children. And I'm just saying, if we can just give a bit more, take them into consideration so that the parents using their tools can understand how to start to prep this child versus on a Thursday afternoon, we now have to pivot on a Monday. That's all.
Yeah, well, Ruby, I mean, it may be, and the board can share some more on this, but that to me supports Taffy's idea because, again, personally speaking, professionally speaking, all of us know we are emotional about these decisions because all of us have worked very closely with children. We understand the effect there. But all around us, Cider Mill, 18 staff out, 100 students. The next day, Kevin's a brilliant superintendent in Wilton. He had to today say, tomorrow until the end of November, you're fully out. That's the norm out there because when you get to such a level you can't staff your building, you got to say, sorry, tomorrow we're now out for a couple weeks. So I think if there's a note out with, and I'm not advocating, but I like the idea to say, none of us want to do this. We know how painful it is. We want to begin saying you can have those conversations, just be ready. Because it's, we may have to move that fast. But again, I want to assure you, and that's where it wasn't, I own the decision. The buck stops with me. I take all the blame. I sat with the team Thursday intensively and said, here's what we're facing. How do we manage this? All of us, understood that emotional moment you described so well, Ruby, so well. We understand that. I don't know how to lessen that blow when it comes because it's a blow to young children in particular. They're getting a rhythm and then suddenly, boom, it's not there. A note out may do it. Maybe this conversation, because it's taped, people will see it. Maybe that does it. But
couldn't hurt to send a note out.
Right. I wanted to just make a comment too. We are aware that those the emotions can be pretty big around this. Those are ongoing conversations in the classroom. The emotional intelligence piece is very big in all of the schools, and particularly this year, we are really seeing the power of that. A lot of classrooms had those discussions today where children were able to articulate, I miss my friends that I was, when we were all together, I miss seeing them. And it's important that we validate those feelings. We have them talk about it in school. I know those conversations are also going on at home, but that's part of our classroom community that we've built, that children can share their feelings in school, talk about them, acknowledge them, and we let them know they're going to be okay. That yes, you may miss your friends, you will see them again, and we're going to get through this.
No, that's great to hear, Laura. And I know that's happening at Hurlbut. That's what makes Hurlbut such a special place. And I know all the teachers are very empathetic towards the children.
all
I'm
that.
just talking about if there's anything more time from the parent side to be able to prepare their child, that's all.
And do we have a set like number of teachers? Like, do you guys already as an administrative team know when we reach the tipping point about X number of staff that's going to trigger us to have to go remote? And I guess where I'm going with this is, while I think everybody wants to have as many children in the building as much as possible, you know, at a certain point, are we not being effective with the amount of subs that we're putting in a building? And it's a balance, and maybe this is more for the upper schools where there's a huge impact when you have subs in the building. I don't know about the quality of the education that we're able to provide carrying a heavy load of subs.
I mean, the principals can speak to that some. I mean, there's art and science here. It's trying to, look at to say what is that best balance, because we really want the in-person to continue and not leap to a certain number that doesn't work. I mean, but once you start to get to a pretty good share of your staff and then not having the sub pool that's prepared, that then leads you to say, okay, it may be better to go in that temporary remote. But we're constantly talking each day to see. But again, we don't have a definite number. It's more getting a read on how are we doing at coverage. If we're starting to see it, a couple of days like, maybe today, where you just don't have the subs, then you say, okay, let's give a bit of warning, but say we've got to then shift. But I don't know if Laura, if the principals want to speak to that, because it's a very much a conversation between and amongst the principals, Ken, me and others as to, can we handle this, or is it better to shift into a temporary remote?
I could take a stab at that. I knew that we had to go temporary remote with one of our 7th grade teams when I had 5 teachers on that team who had to quarantine. What saves us at the secondary level, I think, is if the teachers are quarantining and we can still be in a hybrid mode. In a few cases, we have subs in the room while the teachers are still teaching everybody via Zoom. And that provides continuous high quality instruction. But you're right, if it's a true substitute situation where the teacher's not able to teach, if a teacher's sick, for example, and you get to too many like that, then you do start to question, is there the value there of just having kids come into school and have one sub after another? I like it a lot better when the actual teachers are able to still teach, even if they can't be there physically.
I think every day it's a guessing game. We look at our sub list and we try to see how we can make it work. And then, and so far we've been able to do that. So I know we want to keep our kids in school. We want them to be there, and I know our teachers want to be there. So we're just trying to make sure it works. The same thing, I have one class that I had like 8 teachers out on quarantine because of an infection. Hopefully they're coming back on Wednesday. They should all be back on Wednesday. So it's just a juggling game and trying to get the pieces covered. So far we're doing it.
My unsung hero at the middle school is Andrea Russo, who checks the night before, checks first thing in the morning in the sub list, and works her magic. It's just frustrating because sometimes we have teachers covered and then the subs end up calling out. That's happened to us a couple times, and it's that scramble. And I think I need to give a shout out to my teachers who voluntarily give up their prep periods to cover classes. And it's that puzzle that Andrea puts together, putting the pieces together to fill the day. It's not easy. And as Ken alluded to, sometimes Drew or I will have to go into a class on short notice if we have 6 first periods not covered and not enough subs to go around. We have to make sure that we're able to go in and start the Zoom and get the class going.
Any other comments or questions? Thanks for the update. You know, we understand what a challenging time it is. I mean, there are no, you know, we have a lot of questions. There are no quick answers. I think every day sounds like just brings new challenges, but hopefully we get, you know, hopefully get to the other side of this sooner versus later and get back to normal. But until then, I have a feeling that it's going to be a little bit of the same, right? Anyway, let's try to move.
Tony, before you move on to that, I just had one question on the VDL component of this. Bill and his memo that he sent out on the 11th regarding the remoting in and the out-of-state travel.
Right.
There had just been a few questions that had come up, and you know, we had an internal conversation, Bill, with the board officers, and you clarified and expanded upon what you had in mind, and in particular, you emphasized what the policy was intended to prevent, which was kind of the frequent changes in status, the coming in and out on a regular basis, but that the school was not seeking to restrict families from opting into VDL for longer periods for whatever reason. Did you want to maybe clarify that just so that the community can understand?
Yeah, I mean, the voluntary distance learning, since that's an established program by the state, we call it our own phrase, but as much as possible, we're trying to say that's the long-term program. And if a family's saying, I no longer want to be in person, I'd like to be in that, we still are looking for them to say, okay, I'm now shifting over to that. We've got a lot of temporary in and out, you know, on quarantine. People say, you know, I'm feeling COVID symptomatic. I'm not sure. I need to stay home, or it's flu-like. What we shortened it down was for those shorter term medical pieces, which would include the quarantine, that's 14 days, just give us a day's warning. So we brought it down from 5 to a day, just to say we can pivot. And it was even, as the task force knows, 2 teachers who said, hey, we can make that pivot. So we made that. In the memo that went out, and there's a critical sentence, I found the sentence from the chair meeting. The sentence reads, however, and this is for remote, because we're encouraging people to use remote. If you're saying, hey, long-term, I'm just going to just want to be remote long-term, no matter what you're deciding, that's the voluntary distance learning program. But the shorter term, just being remote, the sentence that's critical says, however, students are not permitted to remote into classes while traveling, and here's the key phrase, either for extended weekends or vacation. So what we're trying to avoid is what other districts are trying to avoid is that while I go on vacation, I will remote in. If a family says, I have the ability for a longer period to be somewhere else in the country, and that's where I'm going to go to be very safe as a family, I'm not on vacation. That's just where I've taken up my location. That to me is a very different issue. To say I'm, you know, and just be clear with us to say I'm remoting for, you know, a longer period. So I'm going to be in that voluntary distance learning program. And my family's just not going to be in Weston. We're going to be somewhere else for a while. Just let us know that. What we didn't want, and I know our area districts, and I just have to keep comparing because I know families compare and they should compare, is it's, hey, I go up for a ski weekend. So Friday, Monday, I'm just going to remote in Friday, Monday to let myself have the vacation. Or I'm going to go down to Florida for a week, you know, and I'm on vacation, but the students are remoting in. That's what we're trying to prevent against. But if for good, safe reasons, families say, hey, if this thing really takes off, I got to be somewhere else. We don't want to be in the way of that. We'd say, fine, remote in, just let us know what you're doing. And then we'd say, okay, that's voluntary distance learning for that extended period, if that helps. I mean, simply put, we're trying to be flexible, but also just because the ins and outs in the class, and with the hybrid, that is a bit of a challenge. If I'm a teacher managing my in-person in the room, if I've got a shifting, you know, Zoom group, that makes it harder for me. So we're trying just to, you know, control that a bit.
Bill, is there like a minimum number of days that you would associate to kind of switching over? Like if a family is traveling for 14 plus days or 3 weeks, or just so parents know, you know, it's a bit more black and white for them.
Yeah, I mean, we have found, I mean, we don't have a firm number on it because we didn't get into the point of saying if you're going to be away for 14 days or something, then, you know, we're trying to sort of use an honor system here to say it's not designed to allow families to travel about on what for some of the families vacation, and we're going to do a vacation while our students are in school remotely. I mean, it's not designed for that, because it is a demand for our teachers to handle students who aren't fully in person at some point during the hybrid. But we're committed to that. That's the voluntary distance learning program. So we didn't set out a time frame like that. What we've said to families is be in touch with your principal, talk it through with your principal, and we can probably sort this out. And so far that's worked out well. I think we wanted to say if a family needs to are you going to relocate for a while to allow your family to be in the best place possible during a pandemic? We're saying if you're doing that, you know, fine. If we say, well, we're off on a trip we're trying to be flexible. That's why I'm being more art here than science.
Are we still holding to the number of sick days that we normally have?
I didn't hear you, Hillary.
Are we still holding the number of sick days that we do every year? Is it still the same where I think it's 10 and then on the 11th you need a note? Is it still the same this year?
That's a state driven standard. So yes, but we've clearly said to families, we'll keep repeating it, you know, don't come racing in if you're at day 9 because you're afraid of day 10. Talk to us because we'll work out a way to be flexible, because we don't want the state requirement to incentivize not healthy people to come into school. So it's a state requirement. We have to hold to it. At the same time, we're saying if you're getting up close to that, talk to us because we'll find ways to be flexible. And that's the advantage of the remote. That's a whole big reason to get the remote down to 24 hours so people could use that. But the other part of the memo is if children or people are sick, rest. You know, don't get on a Zoom, rest. And I think to the question of more, if we're struggling, if we find there are a lot of families that it's just not clear, we'll come back and then say, okay, we may put time frame on it. We'd rather not. We'd rather, honor system, encourage people, don't use it for vacation travel. Use it if you've relocated. But then if we're finding it's a problem, we may say, okay, let's set a time limit on it or something.
There's no other questions or comments. Let's move to the financial update, Phil.
And principals, I would respectfully ask principals to rest up. Thank you.
Thank you.
How's everyone doing? Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Good. Having some internet problems, so just in case. All right, so just to be mindful of time, just to give a quick update as to where we are, maybe not so quick update as to where we are as of the end of October. As of the end of October, we have spent approximately 25% of our budgeted allotment for the year, or $13,716,628. We still have 68% of our budget encumbered, $36,793,702. And 7% that we still anticipate to end the year. So just want to go over a few major items. So over the past couple of months, we've been having a lot of detailed discussion as it relates to COVID-19 and just sort of general reopening costs that we had for the year. There's a few items that we had that were concerns to us in terms of funding, but for our overall unanticipated expenditures as it related to COVID-19. primarily as it relates to external funding sources from the state and federal government. Since then, since last month, things have settled quite a bit, and we have a better sense as to how are to pretty much have a better sense as to the funding source and whether or not we'll be given the full allotment. So this in terms of reopening costs, as we break it down into the two main categories, COVID-19 and also additional sections that were added post budget approval. For COVID-19 expenditure for the year to date, for the full year, we do anticipate spending approximately $983,347 for COVID-19 expenditures. In addition to that, we do have the two additional sections that were added both at Hillbud and at the West. In terms of funding sources for this, we do anticipate we have received $51,548 from the CARES Act. We do anticipate to receive from the Coronavirus Relief Fund for expenditure for FY 2021, $404,720, and approximately $41,885 for FY 20 expenditures. Last month, I did report that I did not anticipate that we would be receiving a reimbursement from FEMA. Late October, we did get notice from FEMA that we will be receiving shortly a reimbursement totaling $41,985. That reimbursement primarily covered a one-time cleaning of all our facilities back in March. We do anticipate receiving money from Open Choice. We also anticipate receiving money or money added to the non-lapsing account of $224,918. Just a quick note on this. The Board of Finance so far as they have only approved $177,568. The additional $47,350 will be voted on at the next Board of Finance meeting. But for our purposes, we have just assumed that they will be approving that. However, it's not a guarantee. The remaining cost, roughly $340,000, will be covered by the Board of Ed. At this point, we do feel fairly confident that we'll be able to cover those expenditures for the remainder of the year. Things are, as we have noticed just from the conversation a few minutes ago, things still remain extremely fluid, and we may have to pivot, and there may be other unanticipated expenditures that we will incur for the year. But for right now, at this point, we're fairly confident that we'll be able to cover those costs, or the costs so far. Just want to pause here to see if there's any questions related to this. Okay, moving along. So on the memo that we have just highlighted some of the savings that we've had as it relates to salaries, and pretty much the expenditures are we identify the pluses and the minuses as it relates to salary expenditure. Benefits, we will be receiving $25,248 from Aetna. Aetna was an administrator that we had when the district was self-insured. Just a part of their recovery efforts, claim recovery efforts that goes back quite a few years, we will be receiving $25,000. Also, just wanted to point out that as it relates to severe census changes within the year, we have been able to cover all additional sections or new sections that we've added as it relates to the two new sections of Hillbud and the West. So we're at a good point as it relates to benefits. Professional and technical services. Just want to highlight two main areas here: legal expenditures and anticipated costs as it relates to the superintendent search. Jump into property services. Xenon plant, we do anticipate, or there will be additional expenditures that we had for the year. We had a failure for two main pumps, or for a main pump that transfers the effluents to the leaching fields. So in addition to the replacement of the pumps and the additional pumping that will be incurred to cover this, we anticipate roughly an additional $38,000 of expenditures for the Xenon plan for this year. We will have to transfer money, or not transfer, but we will earmark money that we have set aside in our allowance account to cover these expenditures. Jump into other services. Just the main highlight here has to do with transportation. Last year, we had some, after reviewing a few invoices from First Student, we did come across a few billing errors from First Student. We have received a credit from First Student for those billing errors. Those billing errors primarily related to billing fees related to the use of the 2 small buses that the district owns. In addition to that, there were some additional adjustments that were needed as it related to extended year services. In addition to that, a third piece of items that the district for this year will only be providing transportation for 177 days. We have received credits for that, totaling approximately $26,000. So all in all, we have received a credit from our current year invoices for $105,000 for transportation services. Supplies and materials. The supplies and materials that are currently showing as a deficit primarily had to do with technology-related items as it specifically relates to COVID-19. As I mentioned before, we will be receiving a reimbursement from FEMA for $41,084. And as it relates to the coronavirus relief fund, we did get notice for our grant approval to make a few budget adjustments. Our category adjustments was approved by the state, and we'll be able to cover all of the COVID-19 expenditure for the period September through December as it relates to enhanced cleaning and also for substitute staff related to COVID-19. So that, in a quick way, is our financial update for the month of, for the year-to-date end in October.
So, so Phil, all of that detail really is incorporated in that first chart, which shows that we went from, you know, in terms of where we are this year, we went from a negative balance of 81,007 and change to a positive balance of 5,715, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And yeah, I just want to make sure everyone's clear that all of those things are incorporated and reflected in that chart that you have at the top.
Absolutely. So again, it's just been a lot of pluses and minuses, and we wanted things to be a little bit settled before we kind of just put out where we do anticipate to be for the remainder of the year. A lot of it had to do with salaries, and things were just not settled for the first couple of months. So this is where we are as of October. Now, as it relates to any anticipated savings, I just want to highlight that there's a major difference from where we are currently to where we were in March. When we in March, we closed the district, so there was pretty much everything was at a standstill. There was no one in the district. There was no transportation being provided. We had limited use as it relates to utilities. And so while there may be savings as it relates to COVID-19, it is still too early in the year to really give any kind of estimate as to what those savings are. And I think just to be prudent, we should wait, and we will be waiting on things so we have a better understanding, maybe in the second or as late as the third quarter, before we give any indication as to what expenditures or what savings we can expect. It is still too early in the year to really give any kind of estimates. Any other questions on the financial update? Good. Just want to give a quick update as it relates to the internal services fund. We do continue to trend for the year above our theoretical average for the month ending October. We have seen a slight uptick in claims for month-over-month claims. And we are also seeing from a year-over-year comparison, a slight increase in terms of claims experience. But as it relates to where we are right now, we are still trending below our theoretical trend rate. Any questions? Okay. That is the end of the financial update for the period ending in October.
If there are no questions, can I have a motion?
Move that the Weston Board of Education approve the fourth fiscal year 21 financial update as presented by Mr. Cross.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Hi, Ruby.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Gina.
Hi,
Hi,
Hillary.
Tony.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you, everyone.
Next item on the agenda, as all of you are aware, Dr. McCursey will be leaving us at the end of this school year. So we will have time to actually give Bill a proper send-off. But tonight, we have a few housekeeping items to do. One of them is to accept Dr. McCursey's resignation. And the second one is to authorize the chairperson to execute related revisions to Dr. McCursey's employment contract on behalf of the board. So that's going to be a motion that we all are going to need to vote on. The other thing is that just where we are in terms of a superintendent search process. The board has formed a personnel search committee for the purpose of searching for new superintendent. The first act of that personnel search committee was to develop and send out an RFP for search consultants. We expect to get back proposals middle of this week, at which point we will pick probably, a number of those proposals, not sure exactly. I mean, we'll review them with the search committee, and we'll probably pick a couple of them to come in front of the search committee and give a formal presentation, after which we will pick a search firm, a search consultant to work with us on the superintendent search. That's step one. I think that this search committee will evolve and expand after we actually pick a search consultant who will work with us and determine the process. We will have internal candidates. We will have external candidates. We will involve the community, parents, community leaders, as well as staff in terms of working with the search consultant to come up with a profile. Probably beginning of the year, we will start interviewing potential candidates. So the next step is really to hone down our search for a consultant, which will probably take the next month to do. And then we will, once we actually pick a consultant, we'll come back to the board, to the full board in a public meeting, and talk a little bit more about the formal process from there. So I don't know if anyone has any questions at this point. Okay, with that, can I have a motion?
Move that the board accepts Dr. McCursey's resignation with gratitude for his service to the Weston Public Schools and authorizes its chairperson to execute related revisions to Dr. McCursey's employment contract on behalf of the board.
You have a second?
Second, Ruby.
All in favor?
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Hillary.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right. Oh. Sorry, okay, so we have old business. I don't see Bill here. Can we,
Yeah, sorry, I'm on the phone with Bill right now. His computer crashed, so I'm trying to get him back up and running.
oh, okay. All right, so we have some policy items to go through.
Okay, and so, let's see.
These are all second readings, I think. So I don't know if we need to go over them again or if we just open it for questions.
Yep, they all have motions on them. They're all second readings, yeah.
First one's the homework policy, which we've discussed previously. I don't know if there are additional questions on that, or if you're ready to vote on that one.
Yeah, can I have a motion, Melissa? I don't know if there's, I mean, these are all second readings, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to go just right through the motions. I'm also happy to speak to them if anyone has any questions. Why don't, if you guys have a question, just raise your hand when I get to it and then I'll know to talk about it. If not, we'll just go right to the motions. How does that sound?
That sounds great.
Okay, so the first one is the homework policy. So I move that the Western Board of Education approve policy and regulation 6154 homework.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Hi, Ruby.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Hillary.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Motion passes. Next one.
Okay, the second one is transportation complaints. I don't see any hands raised. So I'll go with the motion. Move that the Weston Board of Education approve policy 3541.5 transportation complaints.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Hi, Ruby.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Victor.
Hi,
Hi,
Tony.
Hillary.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Next one.
Okay, the third one is use of face coverings in school. I don't see any hands raised. Okay, move that the Weston Board of Education approve policy and regulation 5132.1C, use of face coverings in school.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Hi, Ruby.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Tony.
Hi, Hillary.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Okay, and the last one is the hate-based conduct policy. Questions? Okay, I don't see any. Move that the Weston Board of Education approve the policy hate-based conduct.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Ruby.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Tony.
Hi, Hillary.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Is Bill back on? Nope. Okay.
Not yet. I'm still working on it.
All right. Committee, any, I mean, we'll, if Bill doesn't come on, we'll skip the super's report and we'll go to committee reports. Any updates from any of the committee chairs? Okay, anything else from the board? Hey, Dan? Oh. Okay, at this point, I think it's probably best to adjourn. It's been a long night anyway, right?
I'm sure we can, if Bill has a superintendent's report, I'm sure we can attach it somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Bill was going to try to dial in with his phone if you wanted to wait a second, or if you wanted to end the meeting. It's up to you guys. Just want to let you know.
Listen, let's unless there's something significant he wants to say in the super's report. Otherwise, we can just call it a night.
Yeah. He said he wasn't going to say anything in the super's report.
Oh, okay. Then let's have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Great. It's been a long night. We got a lot covered. Thank you, everyone.